contact between the two of them. Oh, there's contact. There's contact. And there's contact between Cheryl Paul and Campbell Pilling.
Good morning and welcome here to round 4 of the Daniel Ricciardo series at Hooton Park. It's me, Ben McPhillips, joining you, and we are looking forward to what should be a great meeting here. We've got 3 races and 4 events overall across the 3 different classes. First up is the qualifying for the DRS 62s, who have already formed up here on the dummy grid. Just seeing the results for the DRS 100 warm-ups, and already quite notable actually that there's a 4.5 tenths difference between 168 Connor Scarisbrick and 130 Liam Karabalov. We'll touch on that a little bit more later on. That just in the evens, of course, they're split into the odds and evens. For the warm-ups, they will form together for the remainder of the day. Only split back at Shennington. But for now, the focus on the DRS 62s, and we'll keep a close eye, of course, on the battle at the very top of the championship. You can see on the screen right now the track layout here at Hooton Park. There's a couple of good long straights here. Actually, the third one too, just coming out of turn 3. The major characteristic here is, as well as those straights, good few double apex corners. Turn 3 is one where you really just look at the one apex and then you kind of have it shallow out, if you will, at the exit. And the carts will try and straighten themselves out, the drivers looking to take the path of least resistance around there. Then turn 4 could be classed as 2 corners, but it's effectively one long sweep with 2 apexes just towards this near side of the track, just to the inside of turns 1 and 2, the infield, as you might well want to refer to it as. And then the quick S-bend going into the double apex final corner. And important to get yourself a good run out of there coming on to the start-finish straight. This weekend, of course, marks the weekend, the end of the week in which the man himself, Daniel Ricciardo, has gotten back into Formula One with AlphaTauri, of course, and I wonder if some of these DRS 62 drivers will have been taking some inspiration from that in their bid to try and emulate their hero and discover some success. Just a couple of moments to go before they get out there. Of course, it's worth noting that we've got the split of classes in the DRS 62s. We've got, of course, the yellow plates, the experienced drivers. They do actually have a slight technical advantage over the black plates, the novices or the rookies. Just go through the championship standings at the moment. So Ashton Redpath leading things just ahead of Oscar Roach. Very, very little to choose between the two. Redpath, number 8. Roach, 129. Keep a close eye on those throughout the session. And now they come out onto the circuit and head towards turn 1. And one of the potential talking points is we got a spinner out there at turn 1. Looks to be 112. It is indeed Henry Marson, but getting back away safely. And when we went on the track walk earlier, the track looked not necessarily dirty, but there was plenty of rubber pickup offline. And there were some puddles out there as well, particularly on the exit of turn 2 on the racing line. From what little we've caught a glimpse of on the cameras, we have the same perspective as you do, watching on DRS, watching on YouTube, and of course on Facebook too. Looks like that's been dried out back there. So that will please the drivers as we now see them just starting to come around on their first flying laps. And it's Roach who comes around first in 1:29, who will be looking to set the benchmark, followed by Redpath number 9. Around the final corner. And the first lap time we're seeing there from Roach is a 41.693. And that's just under a couple of tenths ahead of Redpath, but taking the top spot then is Harley Drake in 8th, 41.638. That's just half a tenth quicker at the moment, as I'm sure with the track still being relatively green, we've had overnight rain. Thankfully, the wind nowhere near as severe as it was yesterday. As we're seeing there, a Drake there, just in the middle actually of a pack of novices coming around turn 4 and 5, as you see Roach coming down the front straight on the stream. And getting a bit of a swapper on there was Drake as he was coming through the exit of turn 4 there. As a couple of karts go side by side into turn 1. And we were just about to mention earlier, right as they went out on track, before we had that spin from Henry Marson, we were going to remark on the new rule coming in about the drivers going over the white line. They tried to do that going into turn 1, and there was a big move from Roach just going down there a moment ago, as you see that there just again. I believe that the ruling is being applied going more over the curbs. It still looks like the drivers are taking some liberties on the entrance to turn 1 there. As we've seen now, Drake going back to the top of the timing. So indeed, the times are coming down with the this green circuit. And Drake now back on top after Redpath and Roach beat the initial lap time that Drake set. And now just a couple of tenths, well, back up to a couple of tenths between them. But Roach goes over the line with a 41.397. That's just under a tenth slower from Oscar Roach there. And top of the novice class is Carter and Skip Clarkson, currently in 5th, 6 tenths off of the leading pace set by Harley Drake. And we've been told that the deficit for the novices is around about half a second. So Skip Clarkson, once he can get rid of that novice plate, it's that's a pretty good lap time there. Going to put him right in the thick of things, as we see Redpath there just going through the first couple of corners. Some of the curbs here at Hooton Park, if you get on the standard blue and white curbing, that's okay. But if you go beyond that, and of course with the new rulings coming in, you're absolutely definitely not going to want to do that now, but you definitely weren't going to want to do it to begin with, because there's some awful curbs out there with some real big dips in them that you're going to really hurt the car, probably hurt your back as well, to be fair, going over them. As Roach closes in to 3.5 hundredths of a second on Harley Drake's current pole position time. And for those of you new to the Daniel Ricciardo series, myself included, you'll be joining me along for the ride here throughout the day here at Hooton Park. we have points awarded for qualifying, and looking for maximum points as he comes over the line is Oscar Roach, going fastest by just under a couple of hundredths now, but Drake right back on top once again, and Drake looks to be the driver to beat here this morning. Drake managing to get himself top of the timesheets in our last round out at Clay Pigeon. But not being able to take the win yet in any of the heats or in the grand final as of yet. Looking to put that right this weekend. Seems to be a driver that is coming on over the course of the season. Inskip Clarkson, meanwhile, closing into within half a second and actually running ahead of Lucas Esser. So getting in the mix with the yellow plates. As we've got just a minute to go now. So those crossing the line now, and I believe that's actually Drake just going into turn one, making a move. Looking for the chance to get into some clean space and get that big time final lap. We've seen the lap times coming down throughout the course of the session, but now just coming towards the last chance saloon for these drivers in their bid for pole position. Drake at the moment just going in towards the S-bend before the final corner. And so now starting his last lap, an improvement to 41.057. So that's just over a tenth and a half now. And that's going to be the benchmark for Oscar Roach and Ashton Redpath to try and beat. Checkered flag now out. Drake having to make a move there going into the S's. Wonder if that might have slowed him down. It'll certainly not be a problem as far as Roach or as Redpath are concerned. It does look as if Harley Drake here is going to wrap up pole position. Indeed he will, as Lucas Esser in the end moving up to fourth. Just over half a second off, but getting ahead of the DRA of Carter and Skip Clarkson. And that then rounds out the qualifying session for the DRS 62s here at Hooton Park, as Harley Drake going fastest in qualifying and back-to-back weekends, and that of course with the way the point system works here, going to be a little bit of a championship boost in addition to having the point to begin the first heat race later in the day. That coming up at 11:55, heat one there for the DRS 62s. Next up for us is the DRS 125 qualifying session. Qualifying sessions, 8 minutes across all three of the classes here in the Daniel Ricciardo series. So in the end, Roach getting to bang on a tenth of a second of Drake, and Redpath in the end, just trying to see, we're seeing a delta there of just over half a second. That doesn't look quite right. According to the best lap times, we're seeing the gap is just around about 3.5 tenths. So Drake taking the pole position, Oscar Roach second, Redpath third, Lucas Esser fourth. The DRA Carter and Skip Clarkson is fifth, followed by Ruben Jenkins, Jakob Salk, Freddie Bird, Neo Loisu and Kai Sidhu rounding out the field. And of course Henry Marson rounding out the top 10, we should have said. Marsden rounding out the field down there in 11th, following the early spin there as the DRS 125s begin to line up on the dummy grid. And so we go right from the cadets up to the seniors. Time now for DRS 125s to head out onto the Hooton Park circuit. They get fired up. Right out they go. The volume cranks up. And some of the drivers already taking a lot of curb out there at the first corner. And if the 62 qualifying was anything to go by, what we're really hoping to see here is more of the same. See those lap times tumbling down and keep the drama going until the very end. Flying laps just beginning now. Looks like Rowan Campbell-Pilling is leading the field. Those of you following our live timing, I'm not sure if this will come up on the graphics either, but Peter Hugler, who is showing as a novice with the N marking him out, we understand that as of this morning, no longer part of that novice group. Have to keep an eye out on the plate there for 326 to see how that changes as we see the initial lap times, and it's Campbell-Pilling on provisional pole with the 35 points, practically a 35.7, just a couple of thousandths under that marker, and it's Tom Snake second. Good 3 tenths behind as Campbell-Pilling taking plenty of curb over there on that left hand, the second part of the S-bend there, and over the line they come, and doesn't look like we've got any well, actually we've got up to third there going is Walmsley-Jones, Oscar Walmsley-Jones over the line. We actually just have a nice touch here for any of you watching the timing, something we just noticed. You see there's a line going across the drivers' names that indicates how far along they are around the lap, it would appear. Yeah, correct, because Campbell-Pilling crosses the line now, and you see it for yourself on the stream as he is all over the back there of number 8, Tommy Welsh. Welsh at the moment 14th quickest, as Ferris Bill Basie goes up to second, and big competition already, just a couple of tenths as Henry Foote goes up to 6th there, so just over 2 tenths separating the top 6, just less than a second between the top 15 as Sam Faulkner late to enter the action. Looks like he's just going through on his first flying lap now, when the expectation would be is that it's going to be he and Campbell-Pilling that are going to be battling it out for top honours. As there goes Campbell-Pilling now through the double apex turn 4 and sliding it through the S-bend, once again taking a lot of curb, not quite clattering it as he did earlier on, as there we go, Faulkner to the top of the timesheets, 35.306. It's just under a tenth and a half quicker, so the benchmark very much being set there. But as we mentioned earlier, just 4 minutes to go in the session, and the hope will be that we can see those lap times continuing to tumble on what may still be somewhat of a green track. We might not see it in the same way as we did with the 62s a few moments ago, but let's see what they could do. Could they maybe dip under the 35s? It's going to be a big ass as Faulkner there just goes 7 thousandths of a second quicker. And it's Henry Foot now up to third, and the gap beginning to increase. It's now 3/10 back to 5th place Oscar Walmsley-Jones. And Faulkner just going through there. We didn't see the improvement on the lap time there, as it looks like they are maybe just struggling to find the same lap time increase. So that would indicate that the track is now indeed bedded in, although Oscar Owen there moving up to third, just under a quarter of a second off the top of the times. Owen was down in 8th and would have been quite disappointed with that position, so good to get that big lap in, as we've got a kart slowing down there. And is that a problem, or just trying to create some space? It's the 336 there, or is that the 326? I don't believe there is a 336 out there. It's showing up. It's Henry Foot up there in 4th, so clearly just looking for space. So you set a quick time, although the right hand is up, so no, that would actually indicate that Foot is coming in. So clearly an indicator there of a problem. A couple of others pulling in too, so maybe some drivers happy with the times they've set, as there's one driver there just having the back end completely come out on the entrance to turn 1. Very, very aggressive turn in from some of these drivers. Doesn't look like we've had any improvement at the top so far, as there's a bit of battling out there on the circuit. And 332 there, Freddie Cox just making a pass on our screens, as there was a problem and that's Oliver Owen stopped out on track and out of the kart. That just coming there at the exit of turn 3. We didn't see what happened initially, if there was a spin or just coming to a halt. Doesn't look like we're getting any improvements coming towards the end of the session. No fast lap times being set. Faulkner with the last at a 35.6, but nobody coming really kind of close to any sort of improvement. There's another driver coming in there. That's so during the driver's briefing, this is something for those of you watching to look out for. Drivers clearly told to raise the right hand or the right arm when coming in. Saw a driver there a moment ago who couldn't quite see the plate from that camera angle, but raising the left arm, and I'm sure maybe there will be just a slight word on that. You'd like to think it's one of those things that the drivers will see clearly. An arm raise, usually universal indicator, and not, you'd hope that even if it's the wrong arm, they would see and be aware that there is an issue affecting the driver in front of them. As the session comes to a close in something of an anticlimactic manner in the end, after the 62s just really ramped up the pace towards the end of the session. That, as we mentioned a few moments ago, clearly an indicator of the track bedding in more and more after the overnight rains that we've had here at Hooton Park. So that will conclude things for the DRS 125 qualifying session. It's Sam Faulkner, top of the timesheets, the 35.292, just the slightest improvement on the initial benchmark there. It couldn't have been more than a hundredth of a second, and that meaning that he is on pole ahead of Rowan Campbell-Pilling in the DRS kart. The gap just over a tenth and a half there. Then it's Ollie Owen up to third with that lap in the middle of the session, the 35.5, before stopping out on the circuit. Henry Foote in fourth, Firas Bilbasi in fifth. And we will have the DRS 125 back out on track just after midday for the heat for them. So next up is the DRS 100 qualifying, and that will be in around about just under 10 minutes from now. So we will join you for the DRS 100s, the biggest field that we'll see here in the Daniel Ricciardo series at Hooton Park, in just a few moments. DRS 100 qualifying time now, and the competition gonna ramp up further in addition to what we've already seen. And so far in the 62s, we've seen the lap times tumbling and creating big excitement all throughout the session. Didn't quite see the same in the 125s, but Sam Faulkner late out, and that certainly made you wonder if there was a problem there, as Rum Campbell-Pilling was looking to get the pole position and did set the initial benchmark before Faulkner emerged and beat it. Almost like the old F1 qualifying days where Mercedes would just sit in the pits for a little bit and then come out and disappoint everybody else who had a hope of taking the front row. Here come the 100s now. They'll be led out by the 169 of Jack Robinson. Championship leader in this category. Following is Sherry-Ann Powell, who's one of our race winners so far this season. There's a big swapper on there for the 140 emerging for the pits. That's Ethan Whitlam. And there's some 26 karts emerging out onto the circuit. Some problems, it appears, for Charlie Ratford trying to get push started. Not going for the moment as Robinson and Powell come over the line to start their flying laps, and it's a big pack following going into turn 2. There's 3 karts very close to one another. And here they come now through the middle portion of the lap. The front runners just coming towards the end of the lap, and Powell closing in actually there on Robinson. And here they come for the first time, and Powell indeed going quickest initially, but being beaten by Daniela Sutton before Connor Scarisbrick goes quickest, and then Benjamin Baker takes the top spot. Baker actually quite a bit down in the championship standings. Would be something of a surprise if he's able to hold on to that position. Ran well in one of the races at Shennington before being involved in an incident there, and basically a racing incident just coming out of the chicane there, so has shown some promise. But back down to 6 now as the lap times begin to tumble down, and it's Connor Scarisbrick who rockets to the top of the timesheets on a 36.2. And something that's worth mentioning actually to those of you new to the series is that these 100s do lap very, very close to the 125s. There's not a whole lot of a difference. Certainly some of the front-running 100 drivers could probably maybe get off of the back row or back couple of rows of a 125 race. There's not that big a difference in the lap times as they... those lap times, as we mentioned them, tumbling again. It's now a 36.140 for Scarisbrick. Over half a second quicker than Daniela Sutton. Big pack again coming down towards turn 1. And looks like there's a move being made just out of the back of the circuit there. What is interesting as we just peel away from the screen for a moment and look out at turn 4 is just how bumpy it is through there as they arrive between the apexes. You can see the left rear sometimes comes off the ground entirely. as Robinson now going up to second and beginning to bridge that gap. But there goes Benjamin Baker right back up to second place, and the first to get anywhere near close, really, to Scarisbrick's time, getting to within a tenth and a half, but still almost that half a second gap back to the third place Jack Robinson. Scarisbrick there we're seeing on screen now. Just behind there it appears the 142. Apologies, not the 142, can't be 142 because there's no 142 on the entry list. Definitely a 14, that's for sure, as they come through turn 4 again. And just keep a lookout for what we were mentioning earlier, that left rear coming off the ground. Seems to happen across all of the categories, particularly these 100s and the 125s. Up to third place goes Cassidy Southall, just a couple of tenths off of the pole time set by Scarisbrick. Sutton getting to within 3.5 tenths of that now, so the lap time's beginning to come down for more of the field now, but the initial pace unlocked there by Scarisbrick is gonna take a lot to beat that with 2.5 minutes left in this session. Up in a fifth, Jack Robinson, then Liam Karabalov up to sixth, then moving up big time. Just outside of the top 5, there's a big gaggle of carts coming there into turn 3, and they're 3 wide on the exit. They sort themselves out by the time they arrive into 4. In the middle of that is Daniela Sutton, who's looking for a way through there on 145 Isaac Kite as they now head on to the start-finish straight. And there's Scarisbrick just behind, coming through another kart on the start-finish straight. Once again, another gaggle going into turn 3 as Sutton makes a move. Looks as if some of these drivers want to get almost like a race in practicing during this qualifying session. Scarisbrick still with that marker set really early on and making a move just there, going into turn 1. As we keep our eyes there on the 143 of Daniela Sutton, currently third. 50 seconds to go. Can anybody find a way of improving? Just seeing that just looking at some of the 100s compared to the 125s earlier on, we were looking at not at fault, no, Campbell Pilling, who was really just hitting those curbs so aggressively in the S-bend coming into the final corner, particularly the second part of that S-curve, the left-hander there, really clouting the curbs. The 100 seemed much smoother through that part of the circuit. As we now come down towards the checkered flag. An improvement towards the midfield for Nerin Evans, up to 11th in the leading novice plate car. So top 3 over the line, no improvements. Only Southall to come over the line with any kind of chance of improving. And so over the line, and no improvements, it appears, among the top drivers. So it is going to be Scarisbrick on pole by just under a tenth and a half ahead of Benjamin Baker. Fantastic result there for him. Sutton third, Cassidy Southall fourth, championship leader Jack Robinson in fifth, and some 4/10 off of the pole timers. And there's a huge gaggle actually from fifth down to 14th. There's just a tenth and a half in it there, so it's an immensely tightly packed midfield. And if you go down first to 21st, that's all we can see on our timing screen. There's 0.73 of a second. We knew it was going to be competitive here in the DRS 100s, but it is immensely competitive. Well, that says it all, really, doesn't it? The gap from first to second, the same as the gap from fifth to 14th. That is how competitive we have it here in the DRS 100s. But coming out on the right side of that is Connor Scarisbrick, and we'll see these drivers back out on the circuit. 12:35, the first of their heat races. Next up in our schedule is the first heat for the DRS 62s. We'll see them out in about 10 minutes from now. Stay with us for that. Race time now. DRS 62s about to get their first heat underway. Be out on track in just over a minute from now. And on the point is Harley Drake, 41.0. 057 to be exact, a tenth exactly quicker than Oscar Roach. I think Ashton Redpath may have been a little bit disappointed to be over 3.5 tenths back in third. And leading the Academy class, Carter Inskip Clarkson back in fifth, 41.647. Very competitive lap time there. We understand it's a slightly detuned class amongst the Academy drivers, and that the difference in time there, estimated to be around half a second, as there's a problem for our pole sitter getting off the dummy grid. Finally getting away, all seeming to be good. And so they'll generally try and get this first sighting lap away at pace to try and get some temperature, and then at the end of the next lap they'll form up and we will hope to get a start. See some of the officials beginning to emerge out onto the circuit. Andy out there just giving the signal for one more lap. They seem to be quite spread out. They'll do well to get in formation here. Looks like they're already beginning to. There is so that, I believe, would be our third place man there, Redpath. With the arm raised, looks like all good there now, and we are indeed formed up, almost just one car lagging back there. Now just getting onto the back of the pack, and they are in formation. They were told keep a steady speed. It looks steady at the moment. You'd have to expect that we're going to get this underway first time around. Here we go, coming out of the final corner. Drake, pedal to the metal, we're underway. And 3 wide going into the first corner and taking the lead. And perhaps an up and under coming there, as that was Redpath going for it and looks to have... No, they wave it off in the end. A false start. Seems surprising, just given the way that Drake looked to come down real good, and then just that second phase, as they sometimes refer to it, is in the acceleration, just didn't quite seem to get the jump. And so back we go again, and you wonder if there will be any kind of talking to. Looks like they may well be being told to stop there as they come around. Seems much slower as they come around this time. So too quick, we're being told, on that false start. So here we go, second time of asking, and this time Drake does get into turn 1 first. Believe it might well have been there Redpath that's moved up to second on the inside. He has indeed. And it's the DRA actually of Inskip Clarkson moving right up to third. So the inside of the grid there getting the jump. Redpath now just looking to pressure Drake as we come back onto the start-finish straight and complete the opening lap. Drake taking that. Actually, Redpath has taken the lead. Our apology. Drake takes a big ride over the curb there. That's where you don't want to get out. So Redpath taking the lead. And looking for a way through there was Roach on the approach to turn 3. And taking a wider line there into the second apex against Clarkson. Keeping pace so far with the front 2. A few different lines coming through the S's into the final corner there. And now here we go. Redpath leading Drake. As Lucas Esser there setting the fastest lap. Move for 7th there. Ruben Jenkins moving ahead of Freddie Budd. And Drake looking for a way down the inside there off the exit of turn 3. That's not really an overtaking place into the entry, sure is, as Redpath takes that wide line into the second apex there at 4, and looks like that just enables him to pull away a little bit there. Top 5 right together. And the DRA right in the thick of it. Great for the Academy driver there, although he's just lost the position there to Oscar Roach, and Roach now will look to close in on the front 2. There's just a little bit of a gap there. 0.3 of a second as a move coming into turn 3, and Drake taking the lead. And that allowing Roach to close that gap immediately as they head down to turn 4, and we see the move. Wonder if Redpath there maybe just didn't quite get the exit out of turn 2, and Drake making the move to the inside in turn 3. We see them come back around now. Looks like a move. Is that a... No, not a move for second. Roach was looking to the inside there. Maybe just looking for some clean air for a split second. And that going to be a move for 4th there. Lucas Esser. He gets alongside, but he won't have the line going into turn 4, and Inskip Clarkson keeping the place. Redpath wanting to get back into position for a move here as we come through the final corner yet again. Inskip Clarkson just beginning to drop away now from the front 3. And, a big move, and Roach suddenly going into the lead from 3rd. And now Drake past Redpath for 2nd, and is that a problem there? Drake tapping the right-hand side of the helmet, and Roach suddenly just rocketing past, and there must have been a collision there. Yes, that was a strange one there. It looks as if Redpath maybe had a problem coming out of the last corner. Just suddenly seemed to be a little slow, and all of a sudden Roach is past the pair of them, and now a move on the inside of the final corner and through the second apex there. Not sure that was a place where there was going to be a move on for Ashton Redpath, but he's climbing all over the back there of Harley Drake as they come through. Turns 1 and 2 once again. Maybe a move for 4th going into turn 3. Looks like Lucas Esser has completed it this time, although they're still side by side, and Inskip Clarkson is not giving this up, but he finally has to concede as Esser, it appeared, just got the better drive, the better traction down that short straightaway from between 3 and 4, and getting ahead going into the first apex, and that now will be Inskip Clarkson, you suspect, dropping off of that front pack, but great effort to hold on for as long as he did there, as further back there, Jakob Salt in 6th ahead there of Ruben Jenkins. And there we see the battle for 8th and 9th. It's a pretty good one there between Bud and Lyso. And maybe wide there indeed. Yes, Bud wide, and could be position lost as they're side by side going into the first apex of turn 4. And then they take those different lines, and might that allow Lyso there to get the up and under? It does indeed. But then but able to take that wider line into the final corner, but it doesn't seem to give him the advantage coming down the start-finish straight. Back up front, meanwhile, Drake closing right in on Roach now. Roach had opened up that little lead after that double move. Coming down, the lead seemingly evaporated, and Drake, just after qualifying, it just does feel like maybe he's got a little extra that maybe Redpath and Roach don't. Here they come into one, the wider line there from Drake. You're not going to get the up and under into two, but you can certainly let him know you're there if you're Drake. And Roach taking the defensive line going into turn 3. That might allow their Drake to get the up and under, but it's smart driving there from Roach because he knows there that he's got the inside for 4. Through the 2 apexes, and that defensive move really well timed, but pulling alongside almost there going into the S-bend is Drake, who's now going to take that wider line and gives him the advantage. And I think Roach may be a little wide coming off of the final corner, and here they go. 2 minutes to go in this one, and it looks like a move for second. It is indeed Redpath. So as Roach gained 2 positions down the start-finish straight earlier on, he loses them there just a few moments later, and Lucas Esser now right on the back of the trio, and we might well now have a 4-way fight for the lead, just as we were thinking earlier that Roach, with that little lead, might be able to control things. Not to be. Here they come into the S's. Redpath just taking that tighter line through that final corner. Drake holding on to the lead for now. And now the move from Red. Wow, that was a late move, but Redpath makes it. And that's going to cost Drake momentum, and could that let Roach in for a move maybe, or to see Lucas Esser. Oh, that was a late move there from Oscar Roach, and wide it looks like may have been their Redpath through turn 3, and is that no, not a problem, but Drake almost there, putting alongside. That was such a late move there from Redpath, just so much quicker going into the corner, and that top of the helmet. So, less than 40 seconds to go, so 2 laps from here it would seem, as Redpath leads them again into turn 1. Drake second, Roach first, Esser fourth. Looks like all of them have got a chance to win. They're coming up on a back marker there. Believe that'll be Marson in 112. As Drake again looking to get that up and under into 4 and almost pulling alongside, but then they have to navigate that traffic. And Esser there having to compromise his line through turn 4. I think that might have cost Esser more than the other 3 potentially, just dropping off a little bit. So now it's going to be really close. So we see they put time on there as our timer goes. No, it is going to be the last lap. So Redpath leading Drake, and Redpath stretching it out there going into that first corner. A good lead now, about 0.2 of a second. Taking the defensive line, however, is Redpath defending fresh air there. Hopefully he doesn't come to regret that. Drake closing. Drake gets a great run through 3. Every lap he's getting a great run through 3 and almost in position to make a move. Taking the wider line in 4, and Redpath maybe just a little wider than he would have liked to be on the exit. They go side by side, and actually it might be Roach making the move, and almost a collision there. Looked like Drake got out of shape, and Roach takes second into the S's. Wouldn't expect that to be a pass in place, but it's Redpath who wins. Roach second, Drake first, Drake third, Esser fourth. Plenty going on towards the end of that one. Inskip Clarkson in the end, the leading academy driver, very comfortably after that fantastic first half of the race where he was right in the thick of the action up front, falling back in the end to just under 4 seconds off of the leader. But it's Redpath with that really aggressive late move going into turn 1. Taking the position as we see the replay of the fight, the second going towards the end. It looked like Redpath had run a bit wide, and there definitely was contact. Drake and Roach there, and Roach just was quite strange because Roach looked like he might have been trying to set himself up for a run after Redpath just ran a little bit wide at the exit of 4, but then just maybe a little bit slow, accelerating up to top speed, and allowed Roach to get to the inside, and then they were both fighting effectively for the same piece of tarmac. It's really single line going through that S-bend. But in the end, it's Roach that comes out on top, and Drake losing gout as they just came together slightly there. Wonder if maybe there'll be anything from race control on that one. Certainly a little bit of contact. There was a bit of moving in the braking zone at one point going into turn 3. I believe that was from Oscar Roach earlier on in the race. So maybe a couple of things to look at there. Sure, we didn't see any warnings coming up on our screens. So for now, as it stands, we have the results as Redpath taking the victory of that late move into turn 1. Oscar Roach second. Harley Drake being denied at the death there as Lucas Esser fourth. And then we go through the standings as Inskip Clarkson with that excellent opening to the race taking 5th. Then rounding out the results, Sulk in 6th, Jenkins in 7th, Bud in 8th in the end came out on top of that battle for 8th place. And it's Loiseau in 9th, Sidhu 10th, and Henry Marsden rounding out. Next up is the heats for, well, the first heat for the DRS 125s. We'll see the 62s out on track next up after the lunch break, and it'll be at 1:30 for them, 1:35, that we'll see them out on track for their previews. Action coming thick and fast here at Hooton Park. Round 4 of the Daniel Ricciardo series. That was a fantastic opening heat there for the DRS 62s, and time for the 125s to, we hope, provide us even more entertainment. That's certainly going to be the hope for us, given the bigger field that we have for this category. Of course, the seniors out on track, and our pole position man is, of course, Sam Faulkner, laying down the gauntlet after being a little slow to emerge from the pits initially. And here they come at a pace, and we'll see. It was interesting, we noted during that 62 race just how they seemed to be well aligned, and they were told during the driver's briefing to keep a consistent pace, and it seemed pretty consistent and pretty steady, but apparently a bit too hot for race control's liking. We have actually just spoken to the race director, nothing being looked into, despite some of the contact we saw in that DRS 62 race, so that good to see racing incidents being called as racing incidents. And here we are already well formed up for the start, just being told to slow it down a little. We were talking about Faulkner a moment ago in qualifying, laying down the gauntlet and doing so with a lap record, that 35.292. And now it's his responsibility to lead the field down to the start. It's Campbell Pilling alongside. Here we go. Campbell Pilling made the move to the inside, but it's Faulkner who will hold the lead into the opening couple of corners. There's looked like the 4th place driver there, just a little bit wide, but getting a pretty good exit in the end, going down to turn 3 as they begin to get single file. Leading is Faulkner, Campbell Pilling, and getting a big swapper on there. I believe actually Campbell Pilling may have... Did he drop down there? Yes, he did actually. He's dropped back down to 4th, as a matter of fact. So it's Oliver Owen now in 2nd. And a bit of a problem on the exit there. Looked like that was number 4 there, potentially, Bill Basie, who is not actually showing up on our timing screens, but is well up there in the mid-pack. Being informed the transponder there not working, and so that may well create 1 or 2 problems going forward for him, as down the front stretch they come once again. Looks like Campbell Pilling has gotten past Henry Foot and back up to 3rd. Oliver Owen a 10th behind Sam Faulkner. It's a big lead for those top 2. Through turn 4 they come, that double apex. Owen looking to set up a move. Looks like Faulkner just pulling out a little bit there in 283. Owen, of course, the defending champion in the 125s. Faulkner just beginning to edge away. And now Campbell Pilling pulling away from Henry Foot, and he'll be hoping to try and close in, reducing the gap to about 0.7 of a second there. It was around a second on the previous lap. Faulkner just keeping Owen at bay for the moment. Was pulling away to begin with. It looks like Owen might have just kept him honest. Actually took out a couple of hundredths on that lap. And actually Campbell Pilling, it seems there, falling back to a second away yet again in that DRS kart. Battle for 4th shaping up now. It's Foot leading that, and then it's Weir, Cox and Snake in pursuit. I believe actually, so among that pack is Bill Basie actually, who's having that problem with the transponder. So it's on in physical reality, it's a four-way battle for fourth, but whether or not it remains that way is yet to be seen. Whether or not there'll be any action taken potentially as regards that transponder not working. Faulkner pulling away now to a lead of 0.4 of a second almost, and Campbell Pilling dropping back to the best part of 1.2 seconds behind. Looks like Freddie Cox in 3-3-2, eager to make a move at the moment. Right in behind there, Bill Basie in 4. That's allowing Weir to just pull away slightly, and Foot, if anything, is maybe just edging back in towards Rowan Campbell-Pilling. Wide there from Bill Basie, clouting the curb, but getting through there is Freddie Cox, and up he goes into what has always been 6th place on your graphics, what you can see on the graphics on the screens, as Bill Basie there running wide in the final corner, and Bill Basie able to take advantage despite clouting the curb on the inside of that second apex of the final corner. As Faulkner now has extended the lead to 0.7 of a second, and now a second completely, and just 4/100ths of a second off his best lap time there was Faulkner. The fastest lap so far is a 35.651. We see them beginning to come through turn 4. Looks like the top 3 now well spread out, and the battle potentially for third, as Foot now closing in to within 0.3 of a second of Campbell Pilling. Good battle further down the... Oh, and a problem is dropping down several positions. The 330 there at Tuscany Groves. There's been a contact warning for 326 Peter Hugler. I'd like to get a glimpse of that 326 actually, just to see the plate, to see if it is a black novice plate there. Oh, and off out of the exit of turn 4. Couldn't quite see who that was getting out of the kart. Number 4 there, that is Bill Basie, who of course we can't see on the timing screens, and well, any kind of question about the circumstances for Bill Basie there answered by his stopping out on track from what was, I believe, 7th place. And now the battle on the third, as Foot has now closed that gap to Campbell Pilling. It's 0.2 now. They go through turns 1 and 2. Move could potentially be on into 3. Not quite close enough this time around. And Freddie Cox closing in there on Daniel Weir for 5th. The lead for Faulkner now 2 seconds. He is away and clear with 2 minutes to go. Got it virtually in the bag. Campbell Pilling still was holding the gap at a second to Oscar Rowan, but now just dropping a couple of tenths on that lap, but it's good enough to pull away just slightly, just edge away there from Foot, as there's a move for 5th potentially, but Freddie Cox looked to be all out of shape on the entrance. Did pull alongside there, but keeping the position there was Weir, the fight for 5th place. And making the move and contact there was Freddie Cox. Cox looking back, not happy with it there. It was difficult to tell who was at fault. Such was the sudden manner in which the contact happened. We'll see it here. It looks like, oh, so okay, this was Weir getting out of shape, and Cox noticing that, trying to take advantage. And yeah, you halfway suspect there Weir may be trying to close the door when the horse had already bolted on that one, you suspect. Be interested to see if there's any note from race control on that one, as Rowan Campbell-Pilling still just pulling away slightly from Henry Foot now. It's up to 0.4 of a second in that battle for third place, and things just beginning to calm down. Closest battle that we can see out on the circuit. Oscar Walmsley-Jones looking to make a move on Peter Hugler there for 10th place. A 10.5 of a second between those two. Same goes for Woodrow and Watt there. The 3-2-8 and the 6 in the battle for 12th. And that's a group of 4 karts there. I believe 5 karts actually. It's a pack being led by Tommy Welch in 9th place. Lead now up to 2.4 seconds of Hooton as we're on now the penultimate lap. Foot just edging a little bit closer to Campbell-Pilling, 3 3/4. Oh, and off there for, just looking to see, 3-2-8 that was. So that was Jake Woodrow going off there in turn 1, going off at the exit. And on to the last lap now for Faulkner. And it does look as if actually Foot has closed in. It's now 2 tenths in the fight for third. Looks like Campbell-Pilling has kept enough of a gap through 3. Getting a good exit off of 4. Through they go, turn 4. Looks like Foot taking the wider line through that corner. Looks like Freddie Cox might be under pressure in the fight for 5th. I'm sure we're going to come around in a moment to see Sam Faulkner take the checkered flag. Well, there he goes, he's taken it. We've just seen him come past, and through in second, Oscar Owen, and Foot got past Campbell-Pilling for third. Something's happened there to Rowan Campbell-Pilling, because the gap at the line, half a second. Freddie Cox coming through in 5th. It was Weir in 6th, almost taking that position back, just under a 10th, well, just over, sorry, a 10th of a second between the two. Tom Snape in 7th. I'd love to see exactly what happened there. It would have been towards the very end of the lap, because Foot was trying to take that wide line through the second apex of turn 4 to try and get a run going into the S's. But you'd have to imagine there must have been some sort of mistake there from Rowan Campbell-Pilling that cost him the third place. But the runaway winner in the end didn't have it all his own way necessarily in qualifying. Just a 10.5 there between Faulkner and Campbell-Pilling. But in the end, the win taken by Faulkner by 2.6 seconds, with Henry Foot 4 seconds back, 4.4 seconds almost. And then Campbell-Pilling dropping back on that final lap to finish 4th. Freddie Cox with that great overtake going into the final quarter with just about 3 minutes or so left in the race. He claimed the final position in the top 5. And then it was Weir, Snape, Critchley, Welsh, Hugler, who got that warning for contact, rounding out the top 10. And then Oscar Walmsley-Jones, Thomas Dackins, Tuscany Groves, Kurt Fordry, Mark Lawrence, Jake Woodrow, Xander Huffman, and Cole Watt rounding out the field. So there we go. That's it for the 125s. Faulkner on top. Dominant winner, and perhaps looking to take another weekend sweep. We've had quite a few weekend sweeps here at Hooton Park throughout the 3 previous meetings. Only 2 sweeps throughout the series so far this season. But we'll see if the trend. For now, we will leave you and rejoin you in just a few moments as the DRS 100s get ready for their first heat. 125s back out on track. 155, they'll be back out for their pre-final. Action coming thick and fast here at Hooton Park. Round 4 of the Daniel Ricciardo series. Time now for the DRS 100 heat. And we're looking forward to a bumper grid, some 26 karts out on the circuit looking to impress. And it should be particularly competitive, particularly given what happened in qualifying, where we had about a 1/10 of a second between 5th place Jack Robinson and 14th Freddie Farrell. Poleman, however, Connor Scarisbrick laid down an incredible marker, 36.140, practically on the first lap out. And nobody could get close. He was a good half a second quicker than the field for a while until Benjamin Baker got onto the front row with a 36.275. And then the likes of Daniela Sutton, Liam Karabalov and Jack Robinson were able to improve. It's Robinson who comes into the weekend with the championship lead. It's 14 points to Charlie Ratford. And Ratford, of course, all the way back in 12th, going to have a lot to do in this heat. Just coming into the S-bend before the final corner, and you would be very surprised if they get this start off here. They've been told to slow it right down by the back of the grid, still not aligned as we come towards the start-finish line, and they are being told to go around again, and he's telling them, nope, that's not right. Although they start to come back up to speed for a moment there. You always have to do a little bit of a double take when you see that happen, but it is indeed another lap. And they begin to form much earlier this time, and that was unquestionably the issue with that start. So it's Scarisbrick with the lap record, that incredible marker he set at the beginning of the qualifying session. Once again, being told to slow down, they're slowing right down. Wonder if there is a word incoming from Andy, maybe. Over the curb there goes Benjamin Baker. Great qualifying session for him, coming 15th in the championship coming into the weekend, but on the front row here. But it's Scarisbrick that will lead us down to turn 1. And through in a second there is Daniela Sutton, it appears. And Scarisbrick already looking over his shoulder and off towards the back of the field, keeping it pointed the right way at least. And we continue on. Scarisbrick just coming through turn 4. Still a few of the karts side by side as through now we come towards the final corner. And down the start-finish straight they come with Scarisbrick leading Sutton, Jack Robinson from 5th to 3rd. And the inside line getting the jump at that start. Baker down to 4th, struggling to get away as Scarisbrick had the chance to set the pace. Sutton closing in. The gap was 2/10 coming across the line as they come through turn 4 now into the S's and now into that double apex final corner. Looks like we've got the top two just eking out a little bit of a lead, and then Robinson coming under pressure from Baker, our championship leader, on the defensive at the moment. Looks like a couple of the drivers there taking a bit of a rough ride off the exit curb out of turn 2. You definitely don't want to get out there if you can help it, as making a move there was the 147. And that's Sharianne Powell in turn 4. 4, and it looks like she perhaps has moved ahead of Baker. Indeed, she has. As Scarisbrick now with the lead, up to 0.3 of a second ahead of Daniela Sutton. Robinson in third as there's a move further back in the mid-pack coming through turn 3. They were side by side through it. Looks like whoever that was making the move did manage to claim the position there. Looks like the fight for second might now be on. Robinson closing in on Sutton. Sutton just compromising the line slightly through the final corner, or certainly in the entry to the final corner, as there is a warning further back in the pack. Move for 11th from Archie Cole on Nearin Evans. But it's Scarisbrick who is pulling away now, half a second almost, as Robinson closes to within 1/10 of Sutton. Sutton initially was applying pressure, almost contact there, going through the second apex of turn 4 as they go into the S-bend. A contact warning for Benjamin Baker. Back in 5th place, having just been overtaken by Sherry-Ann Powell. Down to turn 1 they come. Scarisbrick looks like he's in control. Robinson looking for a way through on Sutton. Sherry-Ann Powell, Benjamin Baker, essentially in a 4-way fight and looking to make the move, but closing the door, Daniela Sutton, and that allows the 169 onto the grass, making a move there, and that was Robinson, I think, actually might have lost a place. Indeed, yeah. So having the door shut in that move for second ends up costing Jack Robinson a position. So here is that move. We're going to see it here, as that's Robinson and the door firmly closed by Daniela Sutton, and then the up and under has got a full course yellow out on the circuit, and 2 carts have come together. And that's the 167. And that's Baker, so contact warning earlier on for Baker, and now out of it from what was 5th place. And it was Ethan Whitlam in the 140 as well, involved in that, and a red flag. Baker looking absolutely incensed by what's happened, holding his head. And it's just a bit of a discussion that we can hear from race control, just asking where to stop the carts. Don't want them coming through the accident zone, but it appears as if there's no choice, really. They'll all get to the inside of where the accident has happened and slow it right down. So a race stoppage here in the DRS 100 heat in round 4 of the Daniel Ricciardo series for a collision that's involved Benjamin Baker and Ethan Whitlam. And Whitlam was way back in 23rd on the starting grid, so there's clearly something that we haven't seen happen. One of them must have slowed down, and then the other one has come across them, and maybe a discrepancy in speed, simply making it an incident that was pretty much impossible to avoid. That's what you halfway suspect might have happened there. There looks to be an issue with the right front of the 140 of Whitlam, so potentially maybe a puncture or a tyre delamination, something like that, contributing to the accident or a result of it. Haven't seen any replays yet. Drivers and their carts stopped by the start-finish line, all getting out initially, but then getting back in. And we'll wait to see what the word is from Andy and from race control, exactly when we may get a restart. The standings at the time of the red flag, Scarisbrick was leading and pulling away big time from Daniela Sutton. We had that move for third by Sherry-Ann Powell on Jack Robinson. Robinson seeing the door firmly shut going into turn 3 by Daniela Sutton in that battle for second, allowing Powell through, and then the incident behind taking Baker out of what was fifth. And Sherry-Ann Powell is certainly the mover of the race towards the front. We've seen her do this a couple of times. Back at Shennington, there was a race where, I can't remember if it was the heat or the pre-final, where she started a little bit further back and made her way through the field. I believe it was the heat, and she ended up winning the pre-final there, if memory serves correctly. So up to fifth as a result of Benjamin Baker's misfortune is Kai Newman in the 155. Maximilian Reed up in 6th. Liam Karabalov up to 7th. Ben Hoy up in 8th. As we see the end of the incident. Very difficult to speculate exactly what happened there. We look to see that the right front looked to be down on the kart of Ethan Whitlam 140. And given the discrepancy, the difference of where they were running in the race, Baker towards the front, Whitlam towards the back, you'd have to hazard a guess as the drivers come out of their karts and are presumably going to get a talking to. And I wonder how much of this might relate to the start. Would love to be, say, a fly on the wall, but there's no walls here. Would love to be merely a fly to hear exactly what Matt is saying out there. We were mentioning earlier, Charlie Ratford was down in 12th place at the start, only able to make it up to 10th so far. But in a very competitive race, certainly a chance to make up more ground. But it appears as if the 100s, there's certainly some names up there that we maybe haven't seen the best of so far this season. We're maybe just seeing certain drivers beginning to discover a little bit more of their potential here at Hooton Park. Just trying to watch Matt's body language here. It seems from the camera angle that we're getting that he's rather understated, but that may be masking the severity of what he's actually saying. So, for those of you just tuning in for any reason, red flag here at the heat race of the DRS 100. This is our last race before we go to our lunch break. This means that we're going to be running a little bit behind schedule. It's the first interruption to the schedule that we've had today here at Hooton Park. And the red flag coming out courtesy of a coming together between Benjamin Baker and Ethan Whitlam. Baker had started on the front row, dropped back at the start, fell from second to fourth. The inside line got a much better jump on that start. And then Baker being demoted to 5th courtesy of the move by Sherry-Ann Powell, who has since moved up to 3rd, ahead of Jack Robinson, our championship leader in the DRS 100s coming into this weekend, as we see now talking to / dressing down over. And drivers back to their karts. But the collision coming between two karts that one had started in the front row, the other started in the second to last, so clearly someone slowing up, one of them slowing up, whether or not it was Baker backing through the pack towards Whitlam or Whitlam falling back and being lapped. We couldn't quite tell, but they come together and the right front of Whitlam's car down on the ground, indicating a flat right front tyre, but no indication as to exactly whether that was a cause or a consequence of the coming together between the pair. So we'll catch up during that lunch break and see if we can find out exactly what has happened there and clear up the mystery before we see these DRS 100s out on track once again. Appears as if the karts may have come to a stop out of position, and so there's going to be a bit of sorting out to do to get them back into their proper race order. And there's all kinds of staff down there. There's a little bit more leniency. There's we could see the effectively the technical director is down there, Keith, and he's going to be paying a bit more attention to the fuel consumption here, because they will consume a little bit more fuel as a result of having to slow down for the red flag and then get back restarted. So when weighing these karts, there's going to be a little bit more leeway that they'll get given the circumstances. But still, it's a job for him to do. And we'll see if maybe anyone falls afoul of that. But we are under a red flag here still at Hooton Park for the first heat race of the DRS 100s. Their pre-final was due to come up at around 2:15 this afternoon, but this disruption means that will inevitably be delayed. The rest of the schedule will be set back. Looks like we are almost ready to go. Of course, in a car race here, in this scenario, you'd simply be able to send them out in whatever order you wanted and then gather them back up under a pace car or a safety car, but no such benefit here. The communication between race control and drivers all needed to be done a bit more organically. Bit of confusion among one particular driver there in the middle of the pack. We can't quite see the number from here. Is that, I'm just trying to see, 114, potentially Archie Potter. So one driver there getting out. Believe 163 potentially just being pushed to the right-hand side of the grid. 163, Ben Fawley there. And he's just been pushed further up through the field. Fawley running in 21st before the stoppage. Just looking at the timings now while we don't have it available on the stream. Charlie Ratford actually has the fastest lap at the moment, 36.7. That's that looks to be some. No, it's a tenth quicker than Kai Newman, who has a 36.876. Just a 1,000th short. As we're seeing, oh dear. One of the DRS staff taking a tumble. That's a nice third eye moment from our camera crew showing us that one. Sounds like we are ready to go. That, or at least that's the word we're getting. It's just Matt and Andy left on the grid now. So that would indicate the order is set. Red flag definitely is going to be bad news for Connor Scarisbrick, who looked like he was motoring away with this race before the stoppage. He'll give Daniela Sutton the chance to get right back behind him. Could be a real barnstormer of a restart. It's already something of a sprint that we have in terms of our race formats here in the Daniel Ricciardo series, but this could be something of a super sprint. So here we go, engines fired, we are getting underway. Looks like the karts that are off to the right-hand side of your screen are just being held. So they're the tail enders of the field, if you will. And it will, of course, be a single file restart. May well give them the first lap potentially, just to know. It looks as if actually Scarisbrick is slowing it down, so that indicates we're going to get a start this time by. Might have thought, just given the length of the stoppage, they might give them... there's one kart there that's gone off into the grass just to drivers left. Maybe just accelerating back up towards the pack a little too quickly. You couldn't quite see who it was, but it was back in the midfield. It's in the front of the pack at the moment, but Scarisbrick does indeed have them back up to speed, and here we go. A couple of moves just being made in towards the midfield. Scarisbrick leading over the line by just under 2/10. Looks like they're fairly evenly spread out. Some moves being made back around 7th or 8th there as they go through turn 3. So Scarisbrick on the initial start looked to have Sutton applying the pressure for a lap or so before he really pulled away. He's gotten a good run out of the final corner there. And so the onus, you would think, would be on Sherry-Ann Powell and what she could do, as the top three have really pulled out a good distance over fourth place and championship leader Jack Robinson. And a move, is that a move for the lead? It is indeed, and nearly, so nearly are coming together there between Powell and Scarisbrick, but Sutton, who seems to be so good on these starts, looks like maybe she's just getting the tyres up to temperature a bit quicker than Scarisbrick. But does she have the ultimate pace to hold on to the lead for 3.5 minutes? Scarisbrick looking to get tucked right in now. Maybe a move into two. It's not really a passive move, but he was right behind there. And now it's Powell looking to the outside initially. I think that was Scarisbrick just saying, I'm defending the inside, you're not coming around there. And that Sutton making that move means that the top three, the battle between them is now a five-way battle, and it's Newman who's right on the back of it for the moment. Kai Newman, here comes the move for the lead. And Sutton able to hold on down the start-finish straight. 2.5 minutes to go now. Wide on the exit of 2, could be a move back there, I believe, for 6th. Carabellov, I think, moving on Reed there. Scarisbrick once again took it right up, maybe contact. And through into second, Sherry-Ann Powell. And Scarisbrick there looked like was trying to just get tucked right in behind Sutton and try and get that run off of turn 4 there after the second apex, but maybe just did a little bit too good of a job at that and compromised the exit as a result, and Powell got through, and now Powell all over the back of Sutton. It's 2 of our girls fighting for the win. 1:45 to go. Side by side and into the lead. And Kai Newman with a contact warning, and oh, it's such a shame there for Sutton. She's going to be forced way back, and now Sherry-Ann Powell has a huge lead as a result of being able to make that move into the S's. It was just not able to get through the acceleration as quickly as she would have liked there for Daniela Sutton, who is back down now to 5th, forced wide through the final corner when Scarisbrick made that move, and now Scarisbrick all over the back there with Robinson, who's moved up to 2nd, and there's a minute to go, and off at the exit of turn 4 there. We couldn't quite see who that was, as there's going to be another warning here for Newman, and so the fight on now for the victory between Sherry-Ann Powell and Jack Robinson, and Scarisbrick in there in 3rd, just a little bit over, but that'll allow the move. Powell got a little bit out of shape coming out of 2, and it allows Robinson to make the move, but Powell holds on around the outside of the exit of turn 3. And this will be the penultimate lap. We're going to run out of time before we get to the start-finish line, so it'll be the last lap when they cross the line. And off collision, 155 in towards the tyre barriers. Kai Newman. And that might be his 3rd piece of contact for the day. And now the top 2 are pulled clear, and it's Powell versus Robinson. And Robinson in position to make the move to the outside. He's forced by Powell. That's smart defending. Can Robinson get the up and under? Not quite. Through turn 4 they come into the 2nd apex. And you halfway suspect here that Powell, it's going to take a last gasp move. Robinson trying to take the wide line. Can he get the up and under? Powell has held on through the final corner. Looks like she'll win as we cut back to the replay of the collision on the previous lap. And, a big contact there as it looked like Newman tried to make the move to the inside of 168 there, as Sherry-Ann Powell has won the race, but we see the... this is the last lap. So the time ran out, but we looked like we had time added on, and now Powell coming through, Robinson 2nd. Powell holding on for the moment. And Powell has held on. Sherry-Ann Powell wins the race at a big fight for third, as it looks like that was Ratford. Ratford stormed through from 10th on the restart to 4th and was almost side by side with Daniela Sutton, just over a half a tenth of a second between them as they crossed the line. But Sherry-Ann Powell holds on to take the win ahead of Jack Robinson. It was so close. On the penultimate lap there, we saw Robinson pull alongside as Powell got a bit of a slide coming off the exit of turn 2. And Powell shut the door and was able to hold on and take the victory. It's Jack Robinson, the championship leader, second. Daniela Sutton held on for third in the end. She got forced all the way back to 5th, having led after the restart, but just not quite having the ultimate pace. I think the collision involving Newman there really helped Sutton get back up into the top 3. And then Charlie Ratford being a big beneficiary of that as well, up into 4th from 10th on the restart. A big move. And you talk about championship implications. We're not quite at the business end of the season just yet, but if Ratford is able to make up the deficit in the championship, then that is going to be a big turning point there. That's going to be one of the moments where you might well say the championship was won there, if indeed Ratford can end up making up that gap to Jack Robinson between now and the end of the season. We see the results. Sherry-Ann Powell the winner, Jack Robinson second, Daniela Sutton up to third in the end, Charlie Ratford coming through to fourth, Maximilian Reed in 5th, and then it was Archie Cole, Freddie Farrell, Oscar Cole, Ben Hoy and Joe Jennings rounding out the top 10. Well, that was quite a finish indeed to our morning with the red flag and then the fierce competition. It was indeed the super sprint that we were hoping for towards the end there of that DRS 100 heat. We now are going to have our lunch break and we'll be back with the DRS 62s in around about half an hour's time for their pre-final here in round 4 of the Daniel Ricciardo series here at Hooton Park. What a great finish that was to the morning session. Sherry-Ann Powell coming out tops in the first heat of the DRS 100s. We'll be back in about half an hour for that DRS 62 pre-final.
he goes. There's a little bit of contact between the two of them. Oh, it's contact. There's contact. And there's contact between Cheryl Paul and Campbell Pilling.
Welcome back to Hooton Park for round 4 here of the Daniel Ricciardo series. It is time for the pre-final for the DRS 62s, who put on an absolutely incredible heat race earlier on in the morning. It's been a shortened lunch break here. The red flag clearly not quite enough to set us behind on schedule. So on schedule we are. Drivers are due to be out for this pre-final in the 62s in just a couple, well, just under actually 2 minutes. And of course it was Ashton Redpath that ran out the winner in the opening heat, managing to get ahead of Oscar Roach and Harley Drake. Roach actually took the lead in a double move on the start-finish straight. Looked like it was Redpath there that just got a slow run out of the final corner, and then Roach, having made that move, then was a victim of a similar circumstance just a few laps later. And in the end, it was Redpath with that late move on Drake in turn 1 that managed to steal the win. It felt like, if you look at qualifying and you look at the early part of that race, it just felt like Drake maybe had a little bit more ultimate pace. Whether or not that was a case of Redpath just holding his cards and then not showing them until when they needed to be shown at the critical moment, or whether Drake simply wasn't able to capitalise on what he had in him. Maybe we'll find out a bit more about that in this pre-final. We actually do have a problem for, I think this is Harley Drake. Actually, can't quite see the number from there. It was indeed number 8, so either way, he is away, and we are ready with the full field of 62s to go. This means that those that were behind Drake are going to have to put pedal to the metal big time, much more so than usual on this initial lap away from the dummy grid. In any kind of trouble are already heading towards the S's, those that were ahead. And well, they're going to continue going around. I'm not sure why they decided to form up that quickly. You wouldn't normally have gotten a start first time around. So Redpath will be on the inside here, the pole man, and it'll be Roach alongside him. Drake had the difficulties getting away from the grid, but he will start third. And it might be worth having a look out for Carter and Skip Clarkson on this start here, because he was right in the thick of the action early on. So they come towards the final corner now, just into the second apex now, and off of the corner they come. Looks like we are ready for a start. It looks fast, but it's good. And away we go. And well, it looked initially as if Roach got a pretty good getaway, and there's an offer, big off, bouncing across the grass. There is 111 Jakob Zulk, and looks like Drake, yes, he did indeed get up into second place off of that start. The inside row seems to have a big advantage going into the So the inside line, I should say, seems to have a big advantage going into the first corner. If you're in second place, you're effectively starting third. Seems to be a trend throughout all of our races here. As we see a replay at the start, and there was contact with a 55 and the DRA. So that would have been Esser and Insip Clarkson, and then the 111 Jakob Salt went off, kind of just ran wide really through the first corner. We come back to the action now as Harley Drake makes a move on the inside of turn 3 and takes the lead from Ashton Redpath. And this may be just another sign of that pace we saw early on from Drake in the heat race. Running a little wide through the final corner. Redpath doesn't get the chance to take advantage, but he might have a run going into turn 1. He made a late move here earlier, and he's going to do it again. That not quite as late as the one, and Roach will get it at the inside line for second. And so Drake falls back, but now he's looking back at Roach. Roach defending to the inside for 3, just dissuading Drake from switching lines there. I suppose there is always the option, if you're Harley Drake in that situation, to try and sell him the dummy. But if you do it, then you run the risk of getting a bad run off of the corner. And speaking of a bad run off of the corner, Oscar Roach was very wide through those 2 apexes, and Drake now, well, Drake seemed to lose ground along the start-finish straight. Took the wide line into turn 1, but it was of no real use to him. And now Lucas Esser is in position. Drake actually looking backwards, heading down towards turn 3 there, as now they head towards 4. Drake coming through the second apex there. Narrow on the exit he goes, almost looking as if from that initial camera angle, as if he was shaping up a move. He was never going to, as here we see the move from Harley Drake just a couple laps ago before he was booted from first to third. This was his initial move for the lead, and then we see the move where Redpath got ahead into turn 1, not as late as the one in the heat, and then Roach taking advantage of Drake being forced wide and having to compromise his speed. And still just on the, as we were looking at the circuit, and now we're now back with the live pictures, it is Redpath leading, Roach second. Lucas Esser doing a good job of keeping ground with the front 3. And Inskip Clarkson appears to have a problem somewhere, because he's showing us 3 laps behind. So clearly something happening to him on possibly the opening lap. As here comes a move from Roach, and Esser trying to pull alongside as well, and they all hold position in the end. But they're all right together, and Lucas Esser wasn't quite able to stick with the front 3 in the heat, larger result of that inspired start from Carter and Skip Clarkson. And now the top 2 just threatened to break away a little bit. We go back now to see Ruben Jenkins in 5th, leading the academy drivers. And the battle for 6th behind. Jenkins having a good lead there, actually, among the academy drivers. A second over Loiseau. And then Jakob Zult looking to make the move here, going into turn 3. And he's got it. Yeah, good move there. Very clean move to the inside going into turn 3. And he now, you would imagine, will set off after Ruben Jenkins. And Carter and Skip Clarkson has been the dominant force among the academy drivers, but there's a class win up for grabs with his problems as Roach comes through turn 2 in the lead, about 0.3 of a second ahead of Ashton Redpath. They're just holding firm at the moment. They're not quite in a position to attack one another, but you just feel like this might be a little bit of calm before the storm. Redpath getting a really good run through the second apex of turn 4 there. And now they come round the final corner. It's very interesting how they take a wide line there. It's normally a corner where you'd expect them to try and hug both apexes, but they take it's almost a straighter line, I guess. They try to almost kind of straighten out the corner. As we see Roach there just defending a little bit into turn 3 in a scenario where Redpath wasn't really looking to attack. And now he's right behind Roach coming off a 4. Drake having Lucas Essa close right up on him. But the gap between those two at one point was just under half a second. It's a lot less than that now, as here comes almost a run there for Redpath off of the final corner. And he's going to take that wider line now into turn 1. Just over 2.5 minutes to go. And once again, they're just beginning to edge away again from Harley Drake. Once again, Roach taking that defensive line into turn 3 in a scenario where he doesn't really need to. He's not under attack, but it seems to serve him well going through the corner. It doesn't seem to compromise his line, but his line is compromised through 4 as Ashton Redpath takes the lead going into the S's. Almost as if there was just a little issue on the corner exit of 4 there. And through Redpath goes. And there he is now taking that defensive line. Oh, and out. And this is Ruben Jenkins who was leading the academy. Oh no, that's such a shame. Clearly a mechanical problem. And we were talking, oh, did he spin out maybe? Because just looking at that angle there in turn 3, he was just bouncing across the grass there, and I wonder if maybe he had a spin and then just kind of backed into the grass and had maybe damaged the kart somehow. Hard to tell. On the initial glance, it looked a clear mechanical failure. Something coming off one of the karts there as Roach makes a move to the inside. And Redpath on the previous lap took the defensive line, but he didn't do it there. Redpath takes the wide line through the first apex of turn 4. Harley Drake was trying to position himself there, taking a wide entry into the S's, but as we see there, Roach looked like he wanted to make a move. They were just coming through what would have been a yellow flag zone for the problem for Ruben Jenkins. And what that means, of course, is that Jakob Sulk now leads the academy class. Roach again, just having a peek. And into turn 4 they go, and it looks like Drake has once again reduced the distance to the front 2. Redpath will lead into the final corner. Takes a wider line. 2 laps now coming up. And this is the last lap now. Doesn't look like Roach is going to be in a position to attack going into turn 3. If anything, Drake may be closer. Redpath still decides to take the defensive line. If anything, that's a bit too conservative. Roach not able to get the up and under, however, but he might be positioned to attack into 4. He's going to try and go to the outside. No way through there. But now they come off of turn 4. Roach was trying to position himself to the outside. Redpath going really defensive there. And it might allow Drake to close in and make the move. And Drake might well, he has stolen second place, courtesy of Redpath going so defensive on that final lap. That was really opportunist stuff there from Harley Drake. Great racecraft there to see that Roach was going to be held up going through the final corner and just find a way to take it. Here he goes. He takes the wider line. We've seen it on the replay. And he just does the up and under, hoping that the space will open up going into the second apex, and once he gets front wheel alongside Roach's rear wheel, there's no way Roach can close the door. The horse is already bolted, and that's a fantastic move from Harley Drake to steal second place. I feel like he probably owes a degree of thanks to Ashton Redpath on that one. I wonder if that's maybe a little bit of championship gamesmanship. It'd be very, very early on in the season. I know we're into round 4, but it'd still be very, very early on in the season to try and do that. But if that was Redpath's plan, then boy oh boy did it work. So the final results, Ashton Redpath wins the race, and he gets his rival Oscar Roach down a place, and Harley Drake snatching it there on the final corner. Lucas Esser finishes 4th, just 0.7 of a second off of the lead. Good drive from him. And then Jakob de Zolk taking the Academy class victory in 5th place, courtesy of the problems that befell Carter Inskip Clarkson, and then later on Ruben Jenkins. Would love to see what happened to him, whether it was a mechanical failure as we first suspected, or if maybe there was just a spin somewhere and then he backed onto the grass and then damaged the kart as a result of a spin. It was Neo Loizo that finished in 6th, Freddie Budd 7th, Kai Sidhu 8th, Henry Marson 9th, rounding out those who finished in that DRS 62 pre-final. Their grand final coming up. We are, of course, on schedule again after the shortened lunch. They're due to be back out at 2:35 for that grand final. And coming up in a few moments is, as you can see on the screens, those of you watching, the DRS 125 pre-final. Welcome to the grid for the DRS 125s ahead of their pre-final. We're going to see if we can have a word actually with our pole sitter and heat winner Sam Faulkner before he heads away from the grid. Sam, you took a while to get out there in qualifying, but then you really laid down the gauntlet. Was there any kind of worry there initially?
No, quite often wait until there's a bit of a gap. People do their laps and then come in, so there's more space at the end of the session, really, we find. And the track usually gets better and better, and the tyres only last for 2-3 laps, so you only have a short window to get it done.
Was there any worry with the track being a little bit green when you got here this morning?
Not particularly. There was only one wet patch in warm-up, and that dried quite quickly, so yeah, the track's been dry all day pretty much.
Cheers, Sam. All right, we're going to head down the grid now. We're going to go to Rowan Campbell-Pilling. Rowan, you were right up there at the start of that race, but just fell back a little bit. Is the starting on the outside a real problem?
I mean, starting on the outside is always a disadvantage, especially here with a fast turn one. So you've just got to try and maximise what you can get out of it, really, and do the best that you can do. Try and slot in if you can. If not, you've got to just wing it around the outside, and sometimes it doesn't work.
You're a bit more relieved to be on the right side this time around?
Yeah, definitely.
Think you can win this one?
I'll give it my best. That's all I can ever do.
Good luck. Gonna head further down the grid, just looking to see who we really want to talk to. Let's actually go down to Peter Hugler, who is 326. You, Peter, you got rid of the black plate, the novice plate, just this weekend. So you're looking ahead now at these guys, aren't you?
Yeah, it's nice to not have the black plates anymore. Definitely, yeah. Which is good, yeah, definitely.
Well, you're heading out in 45 seconds. What are you hoping for from this one?
Just keep going forward. Every race, if you're going forward, you're doing something right. So that's good, yeah.
Good luck to you. We'll head back now to the commentary area. Back in our commentary position for the DRS 125 pre-final. Good to speak to some of the drivers before they headed away. And they, of course, setting a brisk pace on their first lap out of the pits. Or out away from the dummy grid, we should say. Almost at racing speed coming down the start-finish. Straight there, going into turn one, and they will now, you would imagine, begin to gather up. Yeah, just beginning to slow up there is Sam Faulkner. Worth mentioning, by the way, that Cole Watts had an issue after the race was finished, so he goes to the back of the grid for this one. Looks like we're going to be away first time here. And here we go. Faulkner leading them down to turn one. It's a decent start around the outside from Henry Foot that time, and then running wide on the DRS plate was Rowan Campbell-Pilling. And that allows the... Actually, no, excuse me. Running wide, actually, was Freddie Cox, it appeared, as Campbell-Pilling has actually gotten up to second place. And through turn four they go. Already approaching the end of the first lap. Looked like someone towards the back of the field there was... missing a number plate. We'll have to keep an eye out on that. Anyway, Faulkner leads, Campbell-Pilling, Cox, Foot, Weir. That's our top 5 for now. And Cox already a second back, as just behind him there, Foot took a lot of that curb at the exit of 2. Through turn 4 they go. The initial wide line there from Sam Faulkner, but Campbell Pilling, you think here he's right where he wants to be. Off a 2, there's first and second together, third and fourth together. Then Tom Snape in 5th. Has a little bit of a lead now over Daniel Weir in 6th. Through they go to complete another lap. 7 minutes to go. We really actually do want to mention, as we look down at 7th place, Ethan Critchley, as there goes a warning. Tommy Welsh, number 8. But we did really want to mention Ethan Critchley, who's got a wide through turn 4, and that's the 3-3-6 and the 3-3-2. That's Cox and Foot side by side through turn 4. You don't really see that happen too much, but it looks like Foot has taken the place going through turn 4, and Cox tried to hold on around the outside. I was halfway expecting him to go off there. As here we see it, it's been set up. Oh, and Cox got well out of shape under braking for turn 3, somehow held on to it, and then Foot was slow through the apex. Cox got back around the outside and then tried to hold it through 4. That's real good racing there. Both of them in a spot of bother there at one point or other, but they somehow both keep it pointing the right way. And Foot takes the position. Campbell Pilling now 4/10 behind Faulkner. He's not quite in striking distance, but he's there and still in a position to ask a question maybe in the last couple of laps. Now Snape is closing in on Freddie Cox, and then you've got Weir, Critchley, Walmsley, Jones all in a pack. Oscar Owen back in 9th. He'll want to be moving before the end. Of course, our defending champion in the DRS 125s. Here comes a move almost down the front straight there, and that was Snape trying to look for a way around Cox. And then, well, not quite a free wide, and then the door shut, and I think maybe contact there. 329. That was Weir trying to make the move on Snape, and he loses the position in the end to Critchley. And Critchley, we want to mention, of course, as a family member looking to swim the channel later this year. An incredible feat, all for an amazing cause for in relation to dementia and so many causes surrounding former rugby players. The relative in question, I believe his father, a former rugby player. Faulkner just pulling out an extra 10.5. Lead up to 5.5 tenths over Rowan Campbell Pilling. Foot dropping off 2 seconds behind. And it looks like Freddie Cox is closing back up on every Foot as we have rain beginning to fall here at Hooton Park. And it actually, we're just looking out the window, it's not evident on the screens, but out of the window, it's falling heavy on the far side of the circuit around about the final corner. And they're going to have to slow right down now. 3-3-2 Cox under pressure. And a spinner, 2 spinners. But who was the spinner further up front? Was it? I think there's going to be a red flag. You would imagine there's going to be a red flag. There's been a big accident up in turn 4 2 karts off. Surely we're going to get a red flag. There's the 336 around. So Campbell Pilling was. We were thinking that going through the S's, it was one of the top 2 that had spun out, and it was indeed Rowan Campbell Pilling. So Faulkner leads now. Critchley is up to second, although the gap is 4 seconds. And they're slowing right down now. You wonder if this race may actually get declared. And still just seeing the slippery surface flags out there. No sign of any stoppage. As there we look back to an earlier moment, and this is going to be a move from the 336. That's Henry Foote getting around Freddie Cox. That was the incident that we were talking about earlier, where Cox tried to hang it out around the outside of turn 4 after almost losing it on the entry to turn 3. And now there's been a problem out there now for Critchley, who's back down to 6th. And Faulkner is... and the race is being stopped. We're seeing that the race is coming up for us as being finished. Yes, the race is over. So they've waved the checkered flag early. And so Faulkner has won the race. And Freddie Cox has finished second. So Critchley was second. And then tumbles down to 6th place, which would have been right before the lap in which the race was declared over. Tom Snake finishes in 3rd place. Oliver Owen ends up moving up from 9th place to 4th in the end. Rowan Campbell Pilling, after we believe he was the one that spun out in the S's, comes across the line in 5th. Ethan Critchley in 6th. So Sam Faulkner, amid that pressure situation of the rain falling heavily on the track and the slick tyres on the karts, but he was not wrong-footed, one of the few that were not wrong-footed. We're trying to see. So in turn 4, whoever went off, and they looked like 2 pretty big offs. One went off further down turn 4. We're trying to see who the white-helmeted driver is just on the first apex of turn 4. Because whoever that is, they went in big, backwards, deep into the tyres, and good to see that they're out and okay. But the results, Sam Faulkner, the winner. Whoever it was that went off in turn 4, looks like they were one of our seeded drivers, so one of our number drivers. I'm just trying to see who's gone down the order. It might well be Tommy Welsh in number 8. Just trying to get a in real time. It was indeed number 8, yes. So it was Tommy Welsh that went in there. Pretty big. And now making his way back towards the pits and garage areas. So let's recap the results. Sam Faulkner, the winner of this rain-shortened race. Freddie Cox second. Tom Snake third. Oliver Owen getting up to 4th in the end. Rowan Campbell Pilling falling back to 5th after we believe he spun in the S's. Ethan Critchley 6th, having 1 point being second right before the race was flagged. Henry Foote ending up in 7th, was much further up. Oscar Walmsley-Jones in 8th, Daniel Weir in 9th, and Firas Bilbazi, having failed to finish, engine seizing in the heat, gets a top 10 finish, gets himself into a better position ahead of the grand final. So we now will head on to the DRS 100 pre-final in just a few moments. The 125s will be back out at 2:55 for their grand final.
Look over there.
Archie, come on, move, look about.
We've got ages on the grid, haven't we? Huh? You go out. Oh, we're?
Are we running late? No, we're fine, we're fine. What time are we at? 4:15. So another 5 minutes, I'm going to let everyone out. Another 5 minutes.
Are we allowed to change or not?
No.
Oh, really? We're not, are we?
Roll with it. Oh, the sun's coming out. You're going to take the time.
Coming out.
Huh? It's too late.
Too late?
Yeah. Got it. It's slick still, isn't it?
Yeah, slick and fine. Yeah. We were going around the outside, there was still rest and the line was dry. By now you'll be fine. No, you'll be fine. You literally just got here, didn't you? Did it great, There, Daxford. Jack Robinson's gone wet. Interesting.
Well, the first lap in one's going to try, isn't it? Too quickly. So you need a bit of score. Let's get it going. I did. Just listen. Try and be smoothie, yes, and you don't overeat
Welcome to the DRS 100 pre-final, which, if it's half as bonkers as the end of the heat, it's going to be pretty crazy indeed. And I've got Andy Cox alongside me now to have a bit of a chat about that. Andy, I'm actually curious. Red flag wasn't thrown straight away when the rain fell down there. Why was that?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Matt. Obviously, I think there was a couple of minutes to go, but obviously the barrier was really in bad shape. So I think that was a sensible thing to do. And I'm not quite sure what these drivers have chosen on their tyre choice. Some might have knee-jerk reacted and put wets on, but having just come in off the track, it's actually dry. So if we do get any more rain, then the ones on wets will be thankful, but I don't think that's going to be the case, really.
Well, it is raining right now, at least over in turns 1 and 2, but over on the far side, we can't see anything, really. It's almost like we've arrived at Spa all of a sudden. Spa in northwest England.
Well, do they have mayonnaise on their chips here? I think the problem is if you're on wets and even if it's raining a little bit, but if you're on wets and you start to cook the tyres a little bit, the blocks, and they start to melt together, then you're in big trouble. So the guys on wets, I can see a couple, they really need a sharp downfall now, because otherwise they're going to select reverse big time. Those guys on slicks, if they can get it in the tyre temperature window and make sure the car turns, then if we don't get any more rain or it just stops, there's going to be a mixed up grid for the final. I think here we go.
Yeah, we are off and away. Well, if the weather stays like this, it's anyone's guess what's going to happen, because both tyres are going to be in trouble in that scenario. So here they go through turn 1, 135. Well, 3 carts actually running off, and one of those was Charlie Ratford in the 3. Oh, and a big slide, huge slide. Is he going to catch it? 165. That's Oscar Cole, it appeared, looking up the inside. He started down in 7th. How's he gone through there? Through 4 they go. Side by side, around about 6th or 7th. There's a problem. And have we got a stoppage? They've been told to slow down, so we don't have any indication on our timing screens. Yeah, red flag, race is stopped. So this is clearly we've had an incident because the ambulance is going out on track. We have had an incident out on track. It's on the exit of turn 1. Can't see who it is. We have seen the driver, who appears to be in some pain, but doesn't look to be anything significant. Into the ambulance they go. Hopefully they're simply winded or something along those lines, but we will wait for official news on that front. The incident coming on the inside of the first corner, just off of the exit. Presumably the driver involved has come off of the corner, been alongside someone on the inside and tagged the right rear and been spun into the inside wall. Andy Cox just leaving the scene at the moment. We just spoke to him, of course, and all will be hoping for good news. Just seeing at the moment the technical director, well, to say, sorry, the technical director, the technical delegate, if you will, for lack of a better term, just relaying to the race director exactly how the incident happened and presumably some details about the impact involved. And maybe some details of how logically those would affect the driver involved. Of this red flag and coming as early as it did, we don't actually have the full details on the time screens. That'll be because only a handful of the drivers have completed their first lap. That's going to create a bit of confusion. You imagine that in this scenario, because not everybody crossed the line before the red flag came out, in that scenario, you imagine that they would go to their original grid order and we will have essentially a second race start. Of course, as a result of not having that timing information available, we can't see who hasn't come across the line, so we don't know as of yet exactly who was involved in that incident. And of course, in this scenario, we will not see any kind of replay. So we are under a red flag here in the DRS 100 pre-final in conditions that really threatened to throw a proper spanner into the works for everyone involved. As Andy was saying, as we were just speaking to him, there was the potential that those that were on wets would have been in trouble because the track was still hot enough, retaining that temp, that meant that they'd just overheat those tyres. Whereas, because it was still raining and still that risk that the track would get wetter and that there would be less grip, that so a very volatile situation there for whichever tyre you were on. Just seeing if we who was involved in the incident. We've seen 16 drivers come across the line. That's still 10 short of our full field, or 9 short of the field that would have been due to come across. Quick pit stop in the commentary area. Quick technical change, and we are almost ready to get underway. And as we believed it would be, it does look as if it's going to be a double file start, so a full-on restart. And here we go, underway, first time by with Sherry-Ann Powell, and a big move to the inside there from the third place starter. Someone goes off just on the entrance towards turn 2. As they begin to align themselves now, single file coming out of turn 3, and through 4 they go, and a move in 4, and that's 1-4-3. That's Daniela Sutton. So Sutton made the move in turn 1 to move up in a second, and then takes the lead from Sherry-Ann Powell. And what we saw earlier on was that Sutton was really quick early on in the race, and she's pulling out a big lead, 4 tenths already by the end of the lap. And it was an ambitious, bold move coming through turn 4, and now Powell, it appears, getting out of shape on the exit. We're 3 wide almost, or at least certainly Ratford was having a look, but taking second place there is Robinson. I think Ratford did get through. Yeah, you can see single digit there in third, so it is Ratford, and going the second now was running wide was Robinson. All action as just was the case in the earlier heat for these karts. And here we go again. Sutton pulling away big time as a result of all the infighting behind us. Now here comes a move again from Charlie Ratford. You want to talk about who the biggest winner was of that red flag? Ratford having gone off at the first corner on the original start, and now hunting down our race leader. Here is the replay of that move as Sutton has pulled out a 1.2 second gap, and I have to say it looks bigger than that, just visually. Here we go. And Ratford pulling away big time now from Archie Cole. And it's Robinson now back in 4th, and Ratford has the gap closed down to Daniela Sutton. It was a second over the line. It appears to be a lot less now. Through comes the battle for 4th place, as Robinson there just losing a little bit of ground to Joe Jennings. And we've got a full course yellow. Just trying to see if we have an off anywhere around the circuit. We can't quite see visually, just looking out of the windows here, if anyone has gone off. Looking for someone who's dropped down on the timing screens. Looks to be a lot of movement on the timing screen, so hard to speculate exactly what has happened there. So the drivers will gather themselves back up, and we're going to have at least one more lap. And Charlie Ratford he'll be thankful his efforts to close up on Daniela Sutton have been it's all been taken care of for him effectively. So there is the problem. Andy's carrying away the 165, and we're about to see it coming onto the start-finish straight, and it was Oscar Cole that spun around there into the tyre barrier. Just coming off of the exit of the final corner. Looked to be a single kart incident. And most likely some kind of driver error, as we have a look to see some ominous clouds over to the far side of the circuit. But it would appear as if that's the weather that's just passed us by, and it would seem we're going to be heading for a restart now that that kart has been cleared off of the circuit. It's the number 165 there. And so here we go to a restart. And Ratford got the run. No, not quite. And actually compromised through turn 1. It may allow Archie Cole to attack. And we know Sutton is excellent on starts and restarts. And with almost 3.5 minutes to go, she's got to really... The next couple of laps, you would think, are going to decide whether or not Daniela Sutton wins this race. Charlie Ratford trying to close in. And Ratford's championship situation was looking so dire earlier on, back in ninth at the red flag of the heat. And now all the way up to second in the pre-final and looking to close in, and it doesn't look like Sutton can get away. Front three pull away as Archie Cole begins to close in. Robinson dropping back and looks like they're side by side there for fourth. 1-2-5, Jennings looking to attack. Has attacked, is through. Championship leader loses a place, and that's further good news for Charlie Ratford. But can he now try and steal the win? Looking to pull alongside, not quite, going into turn 1. Daniela Sutton holding it for now. Sutton in the heat was up and down the field like a pinball. Here comes the move now. Ratford into the lead. Sutton was trying to set herself for the up and under, couldn't quite get it done. And you suspect now that if Ratford's made it through this early, then maybe Sutton just doesn't quite have the ultimate pace. Very clean move into turn 3, had the line. And now the emphasis is going to be on Archie Cole. Doesn't look like he can make an impression in the battle for second at the moment. Jennings closing in, Joe Jennings in fourth. Within 6 tenths now. And looking to be reducing that gap. We said that it didn't look as if Sutton had the ultimate pace, but she's not dropped too far off at the moment as Jakob Nilsarski there gets a contact warning. And around they come through the final corner. 1 minute and 40 to go. And Ratford just edging away a bit. Looks like there's a battle further back there. 167 is Benjamin Baker, who started up in second in the heat after a fantastic qualifying session, and looking to bounce back now in the pre-final and rescue what he can out of the weekend. 1 minute to go plus the lap added on. As a move to the inside there, looked like that was 162 there of Cassidy Southall coming through the final corner. Looking to get around Kai Newman. Newman had such a troubled heat race, eventually losing out to the collision at the final corner as there is a pass going into turn 3. 2 passes, in fact, as the 169, it appears, of Robinson losing further ground as he falls back behind 2 of his rivals. And Sutton, the last time they crossed the line was just a 10th in it, a 10th and a half. You know, Sutton's still in this. We haven't given Daniela Sutton enough credit for being able to keep pace towards the end of a race. But throughout the course of the day, she's been getting up to speed quickly and then not having the ultimate pace at the end. But she could still be in this with Charlie Ratford, you know. Archie Cole just beginning to drop back slightly, a half second. The battle is a third with him and Joe Jennings, who has the fastest lap of the race last time by on a 37.5. That's, well, set again, a 37.3 as we come on to the final lap. Sutton in position to strike, it appears, into turn 3. And Ratford defends the inside line, would have allowed the up and under. They're side by side going into turn 4. Last lap. It should be Ratford to have the line. Takes a tight line through 4, but it looks to have done the job for the moment. Through the S's. Sutton trying to take the white line. It looks like Ratford will have this one. And they'll cross the line 1, 2, 3 and 4. Ratford, Sutton, Cole and Jennings. And in the end, the gap for Ratford just a tenth of a second. There's a part of you that wonders whether or not Ratford got out front and then was just trying to control things. If he was, then he certainly wouldn't have wanted it to be as tight as that. They exchange pleasantries afterwards. They're both of them clearly enjoying and relishing that race. But Charlie Ratford, whose day looked to be in rather dire straits at the time of the red flag of the heat race, stormed from 9th to 4th, and now the pre-final winner, and will lead the field down to the start of the grand final, which is coming up in... Well, that'll be, of course, our last race of the day, due to begin at 3:15. So, well, not long from now, just about 40 minutes or so. Next up for us, we are due to have the DRS 62 grand final, and that is going to be... Actually, I believe we are slightly delayed. Yes, well, we've fallen off behind schedule as a result of the red flag earlier on for the incident that we had on the first lap, and just trying to see if we can catch a glimpse of who might have been involved in that. Doesn't look like we have the confirmation of that yet, but as and when we do have it, we will bring it to you. But for now, we'll leave you with the pre-final results. So it was Ratford winning, Sutton second, and then third place Archie Cole, just beating Joe Jennings, Ben Hoy rounding out the top 5, and then it was Benjamin Baker, Jakub Milzarski in 7th. That's he was the leading novice plate driver. Then Liam Karabelov in 8th, Kai Newman in 9th after a messy heat for him. He rebounds with a top 10, and Cassidy Southall rounding out the top 10. And with the fastest lap too, a 37.257. So we'll be back in a few moments with that DRS 62 grand final.
I'm going to take the rain cover off camera too, so can someone maybe take me off live just for now?
Right back on it with this DRS 62 grand final. We're really trying to make up for the lost time here as a result of the incident earlier on. And we're just looking to make sure that we have the grid. Ashton Redpath, of course, on pole position. And it was 2 wins in a row for him. And this, of course, it's a bit of a mixed-up grid because of the issues that tell a lie. No, it's because this grid has been set according to the points order, it appears. On our grid, we're seeing that Jakob Sulk is 5th, but then Carter and Skip Clarkson is lining up in 6th. Let's see if we can catch that on the screen, just to confirm that. No, that appears to be incorrect, because we can see DRA is back in the field. Yeah, back on the penultimate row. So it will be. So Sulk was the winner, and it was Loy Zhu in 2nd of the academy class. But what we know for sure is Ashton Redpath will lead the field to the start, and they start now. We're good to go, and looking for a move into 2nd is Oscar Roach, and it looks like Inskip Clarkson, as there was a big battle right at the very back of the field going into turn 2 there. Looked like a bit of an aggressive move in defence. Looks like that might well have been Jenkins trying to come through from the back of the field. But it's Redpath who leads from Roach. Lucas Esser has fallen behind, actually. I believe it's Zolk that's gotten ahead of him going into the first corner. And across the line they go. The lead is a 10th. Redpath back to Roach. And Harley Drake right on the scene and trying to pull alongside going into turn 4. I wonder if he's just shaping up for a wider line, looking to get the run on the exit. Roach is tucked up right underneath Redpath. Through the S's they go. Don't think Drake is going to make the same move he made at the end of the pre-final. He's not going to make it at this early stage of the grand final. And according to our timing screens, Lucas Esso, who was ahead of Jakob Sulk at 1 point, has fallen back behind him. We can see that as they go into turn 3 now on your screen. Roach moving into turn 4. That's not a pass we've seen much today, if at all. And Roach taking the lead from Ashton Redpath on the inside going into turn 4, but it looks like he's run wide through the final corner. They're going to come across start-finish line side by side, and Drake just putting his nose in there, and Redpath back in the lead. And Drake has to pull out of the move for 2nd in turn 2. Well, that unusual move into turn 4 has set up a few unusual moves as Drake looked to take advantage in turn 2, which is not another area where we haven't seen the passing through the course of the day. But it's still Redpath, Roach, Drake. Lucas Esser, 1.8 seconds back now. Wonder if he's closing in maybe as a result of this fighting between the top 3. Yes, he is closing in. 1.3 seconds now, half a second almost. Could be a run-off of turn 2 for Drake. Tell a lie, it's Roach moving to the inside, and he gets through into 3, and Drake's going to follow through, and he's going to pull alongside of Roach going into 4 around the outside. And then Redpath's going to take advantage and get back down the inside in 4, and then Redpath runs wide, but he might well keep 2nd place. He has indeed, but that's going to allow Esser to close right back up in the fight for 2nd. And the timing of that move for Oscar Roach and the way things panned out was perfect for him, because as Drake goes to the inside, and the door firmly shut there by Redpath, and now Esser is going to pressure Drake. You'd imagine he'll have the run. Is he close enough? Not there, he's not. But the way that worked out there, with Drake pulling alongside Roach on the outside into 4, meant that Roach could take whatever line he wanted through the first apex of 4, and that compromised Drake, and Redpath trying to get to the inside allowed Roach to pull out what is now a 6/10 of a second lead. And wide almost there, Redpath. I think that was more Drake actually just taking a tighter line through the second apex of that final corner. As we head back to we head back through the field, I should say, and we look back at our academy class, and Carter Inskip Clarkson, who's been the class of it throughout the weekend, and he's now back at the head of it, courtesy of having gotten past Jakob Zulk, and he has managed to make amends for the issue that he had in the pre-final. Seems as if there's an issue involving Ruben Jenkins. I don't know if his transponder stopped working or he's now showing a 2 laps. Well, no, he'll be 1 lap behind once they come back round. Or whether no, he's showing us stopped. I don't see anyone stopped out on the circuit, so that might well be a transponder problem. It would appear as if now, with Roach pulling out an extra 10th, the battle for the lead might well be between, or rather the battle at the front might well be for second between Redpath and Drake. Redpath just setting the fastest lap there, but then beaten immediately. Lucas Essa with the fastest lap, 41.574. And he has Drake keeping a watching eye behind. Roach once again continuing to pull away as Drake pulls half alongside. He'd be smart to pull out of that move so he doesn't compromise his line. And he does indeed do that. Lucas Essa now looking for the wide entrance into the S's. And once again, Redpath taking that wider line through the final corner. Drake still right with Redpath, and the last lap, Redpath got a really good run through turn 2. Looks like they're going to stay line astern for the moment. Essa. Oh, and I think Drake again is going to pull to the outside of Redpath, and once again he pulls out of that move into turn 4. But it looked for a moment as if Essa was climbing all over the back of Drake, going through the apex of turn 3. The lead is now second, and Redpath is just looking to hold on to that second place. Just can't seem to shake off Harley Drake. Through turn 2 again. A little wide there from Redpath, but no harm, no foul. Redpath actually gaining a 10th on that last lap. Through they come around the final corner again. Drake, that time, emulating Redpath's line. It was Essa that was tight to the inside. There is Carter Inskip Clarkson. Ahead there of Sulk in 6th and second of the academy drivers. And then it's the fight for 3rd place in that category. And it's Loiseau ahead there of Freddie Butt. Not close enough there for Freddie Butt to make a move through turn 3. As we see just on the timing screens looking towards the front, it looks as if Lucas Essa maybe just dropping off a little bit at the back of Harley Drake, although closing up as we see them come by. And I think Roach has had a problem because Redpath has closed right in. They're right together now, all 4 of them for the race leaders. Here comes Freddie Butt trying to make the move onto the start-finish straight, and he has the line for turn 1 and gets by, but he was very tight to the apex there, but he's held the place. And that puts him third among the academy drivers. And here now is that league battle, and Roach, who looked to have this in the bag about 90 seconds ago, suddenly under real pressure, and here goes Redpath with that wide line into turn 1, and he might be in position to make a move going into 3. Roach takes a defensive line, Harley Drake has a look, and they stay as they are. I think Harley Drake wanted so badly to have a look there in turn 4, but he just knew that, I think he learnt from earlier that if you try and attack there, you just allow the leader to get away. And they don't want to let Roach off the hook. You already did it once, you don't want to do it again. Looks like Lucas Esser's dropped off a little bit. Redpath again, all over the back of Roach through turn 1. But it's Drake who's closer to attacking Redpath through turn 2, and he's pulling alongside. And he's got it. And then, oh, brilliant stuff from Redpath. You could see he slowed down to try and get the switchback move there. But he can't quite get it done. And Roach now back out to a little lead. As we see as they were just approaching the traffic, but if you watch on the replay, look how Redpath just completely backs out. He knows there that there's no point trying to turn in on the front wheel of Harley Drake, so set yourself up for the up and under, and it nearly worked. Remaining as they are on this next lap, as we have just over a minute to go with this DRS 62 Grand Final here at Hooton Park, round 4 of the Daniel Ricciardo series. And it's Redpath looking for a way back through on Harley Drake, and Roach appears to be pulling away again. It was 3/10 last time by, it looks a lot more now. It is almost 6/10. And Redpath all over the back of Harley Drake, clambering over the curbs. Drake running a little wide, but he should be okay. Coming into turn 3 here. Lucas Hesser has well and truly dropped off now. And so it's a 3-horse race, and not so sure it isn't a 1-horse race, and then the 2 horses fighting for second. Redpath looking for that wider line, but Drake looking pretty good through that final corner. We keep having time put on the clock. And we're seeing 2 laps now, 2 laps before the end of this one. Redpath. Oh, they touch. And I have to say, that looked a little bit half-hearted there from Ashton Redpath. Was never really truly alongside until Drake was well and truly committed to turn in. And it looked as if as well Drake left room on the apex. I think Drake probably saw something coming there. And it looks as if now they've all dropped away from each other. And that's rather taken any sting out of the fight for the win. Roach almost 6/10 ahead. Through turn 4 they come. It's a shame for Lucas Esser there that he wasn't in any kind of position to take advantage of that coming together there, as through the final corner comes Oscar Roach to take the victory in the DRS 62 final. Roach the winner, Harley Drake second, Ashton Redpath in third, Lucas Esser fourth, Carter Inskip Clarkson comes through to win the Academy class. It's been a real day of ups and downs for him, but he ends on a big high, coming through the academy field very, very comfortably indeed, leading Jakob Sulkholm by 6.2 seconds. But the overall honours go the way of Oscar Roach, and it'll be interesting to see whether or not there's any action there, possibly a warning maybe against Ashton Redpath. You have to wonder. Nothing's come up on our screen yet. We will catch up with race control before we end things here, but the fact that nothing came up right away would indicate that there's no harm, no foul there on the part of Ashton Redpath, as that is our overall podium here. Oscar Roach, Harley Drake, Ashton Redpath in the DRS 62 Grand Final, and Carter Rinskett Clarkson, after the misfortune in the pre-final, coming through to win the Academy class in the Grand Final. Next up for us is the 125 Grand Final. Right back on it with our DRS 125 Grand Final. Sam Faulkner has been right on it throughout, and he's looking to make it a clean sweep. There's a clean sweep seem to be pretty common here at Hooton Park in the Daniel Ricciardo series. We'll see if Faulkner can make another one happen here. He'll have stern opposition, I'm sure, from Rowan Campbell-Pilling, with Henry Foote and Freddie Cox in the second row. Freddie Cox found himself everywhere in that pre-final, where, of course, we had the rain interrupting proceedings. It looks like we're ready for a start here. They're just going to be told to cool things down. They look a little fast at the moment, but now they appear to have gotten it down to a good speed. And we spoke earlier to Rowan Campbell-Pilling about being on the outside and having that be such a disadvantage. That may be the biggest obstacle to him challenging Faulkner here. Here we go into the first corner, and there's a bit of contact there for third, but Campbell-Pilling does manage to work his way around the outside and hold on to second as they're being full start. So the race that will be big disappointment actually for Campbell-Pilling, because the reason why, this is all part of the gamesmanship. Campbell-Pilling actually crossed the start-finish line first. We noticed that on our system. We were wondering if maybe because Faulkner had the line for turn one, maybe they'd let it go, but nope. You've got to be absolute about these things, and we go again for a start. And that's just all about Campbell-Pilling trying to time things so that he doesn't get swallowed up by the inside row. They go again now. Faulkner looking to lead down, and getting all out of shape there was Campbell-Pilling, and he has lost the position as Faulkner leads it into turn one, and it looks as if, I'm trying to see, it was a 3-3, but I couldn't see if it was Foote or Cox that got into second there. You suspect it was Foote. 3-4, it was 3-3-6, so it was Henry Foote, and it's Rowan Campbell-Pilling in third place for the moment. Sliding around a lot. Dark clouds hovering over the circuit once again, but not going to interrupt things as it stands, as Campbell-Pilling makes the move very quickly on foot and looking to get through. Would have been a contact, it appeared there for third place. Either that or getting out of shape was Foote, as now making the pass is Freddie Cox. but holding on around the outside of turn 3 is Hooton. He's going to keep the position into turn 4, and that'll allow the top 2 to pull away. So it's Faulkner, Campbell Pilling, Foot, and Cox in 4. Oh, and was that a collision for 5th? It looked like Tom Snape, I think, in 5th might have been hit there. An ambitious move going into the final corner there, and I think it was Oscar Owen that might have been on the inside of Tom Snape there, and it was hard to tell. We couldn't quite see. We just caught it. Oh, and off. 3-3-6. That's Foot forced out to the outside, and Cox able to make the move for 3rd. An aggressive move as Oliver Owen is given the penalty, so he is adjudged to have made a move that was never really on. As we look back at the second incident with Cox, and I think Cox there there was no contact in that. It looked like he just took the racing line, and Foot in his efforts to try and hold on, just running out wide, didn't really have anywhere to go. How do you judge that if you're in race control? There's no contact, and you have the right to hold the racing line, but do you also have to give the space? That's an age-long debate in racing. No warnings as of yet on our screen, as Faulkner and Campbell Pilling still on it. Still looking to pull away from the pack. Well, they have pulled away from the pack. Freddie Cox now 1.2 seconds off of Rowan Campbell Pilling. And it's Ethan Critchley who is now looking to challenge for the final step on the podium. Looked like a bit of a slide there for 3-3-3. That's Oscar Walmsley Jones, it appears, in 7th place with Huckler and Tommy Welsh, who was in the barriers big time in that rain shower earlier on. Sure, the 125 drivers are sick of the sight of those big grey clouds. As you just see out of the corner of our eye, there was someone running over, one of the marshals running over to a particular part of the track, but didn't look like there'd been any kind of incident out by the S's. As we're in a bit of a holding pattern for the moment in terms of the battles for 1st and 3rd respectively. If anything, Fred Cox actually pulled away now from Ethan Critchley. So Faulkner for the moment looking good for that Grand Slam that we were talking about. Battle for 7th still on. Walmsley Jones continuing to lead it. Hooker just dropped back a little bit. And it's Tommy Welsh who's actually the closest of anybody on the circuit, it appears, to making the move. Though it looks like Tom Snape is he was right on the back of the number 9 of Fordry earlier on. There is a penalty for Oscar Walmsley Jones. We haven't seen why that is. Don't believe he was involved in any kind of collision. If he was, then certainly not spotted on the cameras. Looks like the battle, if anything, is on for 4th place, as Critchley is now falling back into the grasp of Daniel Weir and Henry Foot, who of course was off the circuit earlier at the exit of turn 3. Campbell Pilling gaining a 10th there on Faulkner in the battle for the lead, but Sam Faulkner holding firm for the moment. Through turn 4 they go. And the fight is well and truly on for 4th place. Oliver Owen with a penalty. I believe that's his 2nd of this race. He involved in that collision with Tom Snape in the final corner a few moments ago. Campbell Pilling once again has taken another 10th, almost a 10th, out of Sam Faulkner, and it's now Just a quarter of a second between that duo. Freddie Cox still a second back. He's matching the leader pace. Actually just set the fastest lap there as Freddie Cox. So not just matching the leader pace, actually slightly quicker. Into turn 3 they go in the fight for fourth. Weir is on the cusp of a move. And even though Critchley isn't looking back, he's certainly aware that Weir is there and driving good, disciplined defensive line. He's not defending fresh air or anything. Oh, here's a chance for a pass into turn 1. Nope. Not to be there for Dan Weir. But now could be a move. Behind us, Foot trying to go through and clouting the curb. And getting away with it, but it's cost him time on the exit. Campbell Pilling, meanwhile, has brought the gap back to less than 3/10. Just under 5 minutes to go as Faulkner crosses the line. Gap now up to half a second. Big lap for Faulkner there. Cloud still threatening, but no sign of rain of yet. And it looks like that rather ambitious move from Henry Foot has rather broken off the battle for fourth place at the moment. Freddie Cox is sitting very comfortably in third and actually closing in slightly now on Robin Campbell Pilling. As there they go in your shot across the line. Look how they slide the left rear out going into the corner. Particularly noticeable in these 1-2-5s. Tommy Welsh is now up to 8th place. That's a great way for him to rebound from that big incident in the wet earlier on. As we see a fight now, we're looking at Tom Snape trying to come back through the field, having been hit in the final corner earlier on. This is a battle for 11th place. Jake Woodrow ahead of Snape in the 3-2-8. Faulkner's gap now 7/10, and it's actually Cox who, by 0.003 of a second, is slightly closer to Campbell Pilling than Campbell Pilling is to Faulkner. As here comes that move from Snape, comfortably through on the inside into turn 3. And his next target, albeit 4.5 seconds up the road, is Oscar Owen. Pass being made in turn 1, an aggressive move there, and that's Owen actually moving ahead of Peter Hugler into 9th place. An aggressive move, but a very good one. And Cox now is within half a second of Campbell Pilling in the battle for second. And you're just looking out the window there at Tom Snape, number 3. How far, basically the entire back of the cart coming off the ground, but still able to get the traction through the corner. Foot has closed back in on Daniel Weir now in the fight for 5th place. Their gap under 0.2 of a second. And this is, I think Foot is ahead. Yes, Foot is ahead now of Daniel Weir, as going wide is Daniel Weir now in 6th place, just bouncing over the curb on the exit of turn 1. Giving it everything, really sliding out the back of that cart. And if anything now, as we look, with just 80 seconds left plus a lap or 2 added on, however much they do add on. The battle is going to be for 2nd place, and Freddie Cox is less than a tenth behind now. Trying to see, it looks like they go up towards turn 3. Looks like Campbell Pilling is looking back. There they are on the screen now. The DRS in front. I wonder if Campbell Pilling has maybe just used a bit too much of the tyre here. You only get one set of tyres for the day here. And it's, oh, what an incident, and off. Rowan Campbell Pilling. Straight back on again, a light contact with the tyres. And where will he come back? Well, here we go through the S's. And not too well. It just looks as if Cox simply ran. Well, if you see how wide Cox ran, that's pretty clear cut. Cox simply overshot the corner. Clear as day. And that's a shame there for Freddie Cox, because in a very good third place and looking potentially on for better. You suspect that's a penalty coming his way and a podium potentially lost. On the track, as it stands, a good battle for third now, as we're on the final lap, and it's Critchley looking to hold on against Foot and Weir, and Foot to the outside on the exit of turn 3. It's not the line you want for 4, but will it switch back? They're side by side coming out of the corner now. Critchley just about holding on. Taking the wide line is Foot as Faulkner wins. Cox will come across second provisionally, but who's going to be third? It's going to be Critchley. And Foot just holds off Weir for 4th place by 95 hundredths of a second. Campbell Pilling in the end, recovering to the track in 6th place. And then followed by Oscar Walmsley-Jones. He had a penalty, so that might change. Tommy Welsh up to 8th. And Oliver Owen in 9th. Hugler 10th. And Tom Snape, in the end, 11th. Couldn't make any further progress, having gotten by Jake Woodrow for that 11th place. He was 5 seconds behind his bitter rival Oliver Owen after their collision earlier on in the race. So provisionally, this surely is provisionally. Sam Faulkner wins. His win should stand, barring anything technical, but the provisional is going to be Freddie Cox's 2nd place. Ethan Critchley will be hoping potentially to be promoted up to 2nd, depending on whether or not that incident between Cox and Campbell Pilling is investigated. Henry Foot 4th on the road, may well end up on the podium overall. And then it's Daniel Weir finishing 5th. Campbell Pilling coming onto the track in 6th. Oscar Walmsley-Jones 7th. Tommy Welsh 8th. Oliver Owen 9th. Peter Hugler 10th. And we, I'm sure, if recent standards are anything to go by, we're going to be back with you in the most split of split seconds as the rain falls again ahead of the DRS 100 grand final. Throw rain into that mix, that's going to be tasty.
Change it to wet. We have to wet.
So, the big question, what do you do? I dare suggest this rain, not too sure if it is here to stay, but it's certainly more here to stay than the previous shower was. Although it does look as if brighter skies are approaching us, but there's There's definitely water down on the surface. Of course, we're not under any kind of threat of standing water anywhere near yet, but more and more, as time goes by, it's becoming a wet track. It's one of those, it's a scenario very similar to when we were speaking earlier to Andy and the rain fell, and it was one of those where you didn't really want to be on either tyre. Just hearing in our ears, it seems as if we've got a delay, and certainly the pictures we have would indicate a delay. And this will give the race director the chance to declare a wet track. And that, of course, would mean a change of tyres for some, if not all, the competitors. Certainly, it fell right at the end of that 1-2-5 grand final. So you are thinking that they would have all headed to the grid with the slicks on, with the dries on. So this is probably going to be a little bit of a delay, we would say. We'll have Daniela Sutton leading the field down to the start. Charlie Ratford in second, Jack Robinson third, and then Sherry-Ann Powell in fourth. It's been an absolutely staggering, fascinating, exciting race day. They've all produced, all the classes have produced. The 62s have produced. Their heat was absolutely fantastic. The 1-2-5s then, of course, had the drama with the rain arriving midway through their race, muddling up the field like you would never believe. And then, of course, we have this. We're informed it takes some 3 or 4 minutes to change the tyres. So maybe a bit more of a delay, as there we see the treaded tyres just being wheeled onto the grid, to the dummy grid, we should say. And so, yeah, it does appear as if we will be under a bit of a delay, around about 5 minutes or so. And this does mean that we have just fallen slightly behind our schedule towards the end of the day. We just had the trophy presentation originally due at 3:45. Looks like that will be pushed back by about 5. Well, we're already 3 minutes behind, and we've still not changed some of these tyres yet. So we're anticipating that could be more like a 10-minute delay, unless, of course, the trophy presentation is moved forward. And given that lunch was moved forward, you would actually expect, you would imagine, the trophy presentation to be moved forward also, so that we finish on time. So for those of you watching on the stream, the rain has now stopped here at Hooton Park, and so the debate on what tyre you go on switches back to staying on the slicks, because the track's going to dry, particularly when these karts get up and running. So after all the questions and the big conundrum of exactly what you do, perhaps the smart move is to just stay put, because if you go out on a wet tyre here, you're simply not gonna... You're gonna run out of tyre after probably 2 or 3 laps, and in a longer race, of course, it's 12 minutes plus 1 lap we're scheduled for. You would absolutely have to think that the only choice, even if it's a bit treacherous early on, you've got to go for the slicks here. That has to be the call for most of these drivers, and for anyone managing or guiding the drivers, you'd have to think that's where the smart money is. Certainly the cloud hasn't completely disappeared. There still appears to be some over us, but it doesn't appear to be depositing anything at this stage. Andy's out there at the moment, not so much. Thought initially he might be going out there to inspect the track, but that would appear not to be the case. Can see actually there's a black flag waving outside of the marshal's post over on the by the starting lights. I'm sure that's just being hung there for no particular reason, but if any particularly eagle-eyed driver were to look that way, they might be a bit thrown. I'm sure that would be the least of their concerns at the moment, as they're all now getting out of their carts. And I wonder here if there is going to be an impromptu driver's briefing, perhaps. Let's see if we can listen in.
You're always someone darling after. Right, guys, this is what's going to happen. You're going to go out and you're going to do 3 steady laps. Yeah? So, formation laps. Yeah? It is my opinion that this is going to blow over and the track will dry up. That's only my opinion. I'm not Jesus, I'm not God, I don't know. Yeah? So, it is imperative, ladies and gentlemen, that you do these formation laps at a nice steady pace, yeah? So we can get going, alright? I believe, looking at my app that I've been going by all day, that is going to go away.
So instead of doing 2
It said it was going to rain at 2 o'clock and it did.
So
Okay, so, okay. All I will say, guys, if I bring the Battenberg out quite early on, you need to make sure you form up nicely, like Daniela did when you did it last time, yeah? That is the best I've ever seen it done. Credit where credit is due, okay? Well done. Right, back in your carts, guys.
Drivers back to their cars. We didn't get to hear much of that in commentary, but I'm sure those of you at home or around the circuit would have heard a lot more than we did. But thankfully, we heard the most important part, which was the belief of Matt, the race director, that the weather is going to blow over. Certainly, the track is already looking a little bit better, and certainly once they get out there it will be more so, and here they are about to get out, or certainly there's a whistle gone and the engines have started. And so here we go, and it would appear that they just want to play it a bit cautious here in race direction, and that makes complete sense. There's a strong emphasis on fairness and parity here in the Daniel Ricciardo series, and that will extend to safety as well. Though there's one driver there, I believe that might have been the second place, might have been Charlie Ratford, that just going slightly wide, dipping a wheel or two onto the grass in turn 3 on the sighting lap. Well, no harm, no foul. And they begin to get into formation. You don't normally get a start first time by, but they are formed. There's a bit of a misalignment back around, yeah, and they will go one more time. There was a bit of misalignment there around about the 5th row. And so we do indeed go around one more time, and even if there hadn't been that misalignment, you suspect they would have gone back around one more time anywho. Being told that the plan is for 3 formation laps, and so that really is rather the point that we were making a moment ago about being cautious and playing it safe, proven in reality. So, you'd see actually here, this is interesting, so some of the drivers taking the right line around the final corner. It's an interesting move if they're on dries, because you would imagine they are all on dries, because you're not exactly going to heat up the tyres that way. I imagine that some drivers deciding that they're just trying to get a feel for the track conditions all around the circuit at the moment, online and offline, and then focus on the warm-up perhaps a little bit later on with, of course, these 3 formation laps. They are getting into alignment once again as they come around turn 4 now. So it'll be Sutton, Ratford, Robinson, Powell, Scarisbrick, Baker, our top 6. We're definitely not going to start this time by. We were told 3 formation laps was the expectation, but for a moment there, as they began to form up around turn 4, we wondered if there might be an earlier start than that. See some of the drivers running wide along those big curbs. Very rumbly beyond those curbs there at the exit of turn 1. Turn 2 there the same. As they get aligned once again as they come around turn 4, and the sun now emerging here at Hooton Park as we get ready for our final race of the day. Looks like they're being brought down pretty well. It's quite slow, although I don't think some of the drivers are particularly happy to go. I think we might be going around one more time. And indeed we are, as formation is broken once again. And this now might allow for those drivers who've been looking to explore the circuit and explore the conditions a chance now to get some heat into their tyres. You can see that there in 5th place. That'll be, I think that's Scarisbrick, warming up the tyres to the extent that he almost looked out of shape going down towards turn 3. Beginning to get a line now, coming into 4. There's still one driver right at the back of the field that we need to come up to speed, catching the field quickly now though, and so we should get aligned and ready for a start. And the track looks almost dry now. Don't think there would be any worries at all about the grip you have on a slick tyre. Doesn't look as if there are any signals from the drivers. And so we are seemingly ready to go, provided they stay in formation. A couple of drivers just riding the curb to the inside there, but it looks like we are going to go. Yes, we're going to go. And Sutton looking to lead it. And they slow big time into turn 1, and there is enough. And it looks like Ratford, I think Ratford's gone off again at turn 1, just as he did on the original start earlier on in the pre-final. Ratford again has gone off at turn 1, and they're taking it very cautiously. So clearly there is still a worry about the tyres. And Daniela Sutton has it. Oh, is Sutton off? No, not quite. But she's pulled out a big lead, and it's all going on behind her. Crawling through at almost a snail's pace through the S's. And is there a coming together there just in the final corner? Might have been Sherry Ann Powell potentially involved in that. Sutton's lead is 1.3 seconds over Jack Robinson. Scarisbrick is 3rd. And then Benjamin Baker is 4th. Ratford down to 5th. Not as far off as he was earlier on the original start in the pre-final. It looks like Ratford actually has overtaken Baker. And Baker all out of shape coming into turn 3. And Sutton continuing to pull further ahead. She rides the curb, takes a cautious line through both of the apexes there in turn 4. And it looks like Scarisbrick, yes, Scarisbrick now ahead of Robinson for 2nd. Taking the tight line, the others taking the white line, what they tend to call the karting line when you're in a car. Full course yellow is on the circuit, as there's been an incident over in turn 4. 2 drivers involved, both appear to be okay, but both drivers just retrieving their carts from the barrier. Looks like a collision. So one of them will get back into the race. That is the 145. And that there... .145 Isaac Kite. And the other has left the scene of the accident too. It looked... potentially, just trying to see our field here. So here we go through turn 4. Oh, that's not a replay, so that's Sutton leading them around. That's a shame for Daniela Sutton, because she was doing a fantastic job. We've remarked throughout the day how Sutton seems to be so good at bringing the tyres up to temperature and being quick early in the stint. Those were the perfect conditions for her, because that's where tyre temperature means even way more than usual, and it means a lot even in normal circumstances. So in circumstances like this, she has the chance to give herself an even greater advantage, but it's all being cancelled out by this full course yellow. Couldn't quite tell who it was. It was a 1-5 that was involved in that incident with Isaac Kite. We couldn't tell if it was Kai Newman, Archie Cole or Joe Wood. It was one of those 3. Exactly, it would appear, yeah, so 159 we can see is down in last. And that is one of the three we named, Joe Wood. So it appears as if he was the one that came together with Isaac Kite over in turn 4, and that is the cause of this full course yellow. If I've overheard race direction correctly, we're going to get a restart this time by. And it'll be Daniela Sutton leading Connor Scarisbrick, Jack Robinson third, Charlie Ratford fourth, despite his off in the first corner at the start. They're going to be told to slow down. What this should do is mean that the drivers won't have to tippy-toe around like they're dancing on ice. Should mean that we get a smoother, faster start. Green flag this time, we've heard. Here we go. Sutton, and a mechanical flag there for Isaac Kite, so we're having been in the barrier, clearly a bit of damage to his kart, and a mechanical flag for 145 Isaac Kite. Right, Daniela Sutton has run wide in turn 2, and Scarisbrick is through. And Scarisbrick now will look to run and hide as best he can. 6 minutes to go. Here we go. Yeah, Sutton not just wide, but off. Missing the entrance to turn 2, not the exit. She's missed the entrance, ran off onto the grass, and just retreated. She's probably quite lucky that wasn't worse than that, as now Ratford was trying to get to the inside there of Sutton coming through the final corner. And now Ratford looking in the inside of turn 2, and this is where the mistake came last time, and Sutton is around. They've all got around. There's a spinner about 6th place, that's 169, that's Robinson. Championship leader coming into the weekend, backwards in turn 2. Scarisbrick looking to try and pull away now. And Sutton, well, that's going to be a big advantage for both of those two. Well, here we go. Let's see. So it's Sutton runs, well, I say she ran wide. No, she's actually lost the place. Our apologies. So Ratford got through. Sutton ran wide again. That was because Ratford made the move in turn 2. Ratford just stuck his nose in, asked the question, and Sutton not able to find the answer. And now into 4th is Sherry-Ann Powell. And the question is, where did Robinson back down to 23rd as a result of the spin? 4.5 minutes to rescue some championship points. And we've talked throughout the day about the way that this championship battle has swung, and it's well and truly swung in Ratford's favour now. And the gap between he and Scarisbrick was 2.1, now 1.7. And Sherry-Ann Powell closing in on Daniela Sutton. Sutton this time gets a good run through turn 2. She'll be sick of the sight of that place by the end of the day. On screen is that battle. The top 2 pull away. This the fight to watch at the moment. Powell looking for some sort of slipstream. She's not going to be close enough to attack into turn 1. It's Sutton taking the wider line. Looked like she gained a little bit of time through turn 1. Ratford now 1.4 seconds and closing in on Scarisbrick. 3.5 minutes to go. Is there going to be enough time for Charlie Ratford? If you want to play the percentage game, you settle for second. Sherry-Ann Powell continuing to pressure Daniela Sutton. Let's see that gap now. It was 1.4, it's now 1.2, a quarter of a second coming off of Scarisbrick's lead. And with the lap times here and the time remaining, you think there might well be just enough time for Ratford to make his attack. Oh, wide, Sutton through. Powell And wide was Baker back in 6th place on the exit of turn 4, but Sherry-Ann Powell's got the move, courtesy of Daniela Sutton just running wide off out the exit of the first apex of turn 4, and Powell, the door was open and she needed no second invitation. She's through, and the lead now for Scarisbrick is less than a second. As we look back to 5th place, it looks like Karabelov is coming under pressure from Benjamin Baker. Sutton keeping Powell honest after having lost that place. And there's someone off, I believe, in the S's we just saw in the camera shot. Looks like Scarisbrick has maintained the gap actually just slightly quicker, just a 0.02 of a second, as it looks like Baker is making the move for 5th in the background, and Baker is through into 5th place ahead of Liam Karabelov. Looks like Powell is pulling away, and it looks like Ratford does not have the pace now to pull in on Connor Scarisbrick, who has gained a 10th in those last 2 laps. Crucial 10th with 53 seconds to go now, plus the additional lap. Closest battle on circuit now appears as if it is for 7th place, which is a three-way fight between Maximilian Reed, Oscar Cole and Cassidy Southall. Just half a second separating the 3 of them. We lie about Ratford. 3/10 now the gap. Ratford took 7/10 out of Scarisbrick's lead on that lap. Could we get the grand finish that lives up to all of the rest of the thrilling action that these DRS 100s have provided us throughout the day? Ratford on the ragged edge. Will this be the last lap? It is indeed. A 10th and a half now into turn 2. Does it look like Ratford is close enough into 3, which is the best place to make the move? Might well be the final corner, or not at all for Charlie Ratford. Scarisbrick on the defensive. Through 4. Into the second apex. Looks smooth. Ratford doesn't look like he's in a position to attack. It might have to be a surprise move going into the final corner. It is a surprise move. They come together and there was a little bit of contact, but I think Ratford, he's done it. Ratford has done it. Whether or not it will go down well is going to be the question. The contact was minimal, but it looked as if Ratford caught Scarisbrick off guard. Here we see the replay. And Scarisbrick just riding the curb a little bit, and I tell you, the door was open, but in the process of making the move, Ratford did have to really get high up under that curb. He really clattered the curb. And Scarisbrick pounding his elbow against his kart in frustration at losing out there, whether that's frustration at leaving the door open or frustration at the move from Ratford. It was do or die. We talked about percentages, none of it. Charlie Ratford makes the move at the final corner and for now provisionally has won the DRS 100 grand final here at Hooton Park, round 4 of the Daniel Ricciardo series. What a finish to the day it has been with that last lap move. The 100s again providing the most utterly thrilling entertainment from start to finish. Numerous different leaders, numerous different winners, but in the end, it's Ratford. What a day he's had. We go back to it time and time again. At the time of the red flag in the heat, back in 9th, through to 4th, and from there he ends the day right where he wants to be as the winner of the grand final here at Hooton Park. Connor Scarisbrick in 2nd, Sherry Ann Powell third after making the move on Daniela Sutton. Benjamin Baker coming back through the fifth. His day started so promisingly before he was involved in a collision. And then Liam Karabalov in sixth, Maximilian Reed in seventh, Cassidy Southall eighth. Then it is Oscar Cole in ninth and Archie Cole in 10th. And so that wraps up the proceedings for round 4 here at the Daniel Ricciardo Series at Hooton Park. It's been an absolute joy to call it with you, and I'll be back with you for the trophy presentation, which is actually going to be a little bit delayed, but we imagine should be coming up fairly soon. But for now, Charlie Ratford, the winner of the DRS 100 Grand Final. Welcome to our podium ceremony here for round 4 of the Daniel Ricciardo series here at Hooton Park. What a fantastic day's racing it has been across all 3 of the categories. It's time now to give out the trophies to those that were fortunate enough to place on the top 3 of the respective races. So, starting with the DRS 62s, and we will start with our academy drivers first of all, and we will first call over the 3rd place finisher, Neo Loiseau.
We can't hear, we can't hear because of the mic, so what have you just announced?
Third. And our 2nd place academy finisher in the DRS 62s is Jakob Schulz. And to our academy winner for the DRS 62's grand final, who came through from the back of the field after a problem in the pre-final, was Carter Inskip Clarkson. And we're just starting to feel some raindrops here at Hooton Park, and I'm sure the drivers will be happy for it to rain on their parade now as we begin to announce the DRS 62 overall winners. And in 3rd place, Ashton Redpath. Our 2nd place finisher, Harley Drake. And in what was such a close battle all day for the top spot in DRS 62, the overall honours, 1st place, Oscar Roach.
Oh, right, okay, so then do 1, 2.
Oh, right.
Yeah. He came last. Yeah, he came last. I wonder where it comes from. Right, how many do you want to see?
The ones I've done. And I've done 2.
Next up, our 1-2-5s, where our rookie winner was Thomas Dackins. some confusion over the classifications of novices for the meeting, I believe, may have caused the absence there of Thomas Dackens for this ceremony. So we will move on now to the overall honours for the 125s. I'm reliably informed that for third place, it was the first senior race for in the 125s, and he gets up into third place after the race. Henry Foote. And here to promote a good cause, a great cause, as well as to race, was our second place finisher, Ethan Critchley. And our overall winner in the DRS 125s, a clean sweep for Sam Faulkner.
Can you announce Dackens again, because he's here?
Okay. And arriving now to our podium ceremony to take his honours for best rookie finisher is Thomas Dackens. And now on a thrilling day, the most thrilling of thrills produced by the DRS 100s. We will first introduce our rookie winner, Jakub Milczarski. And now to our overall top three finishers. In third place, Sherry-Ann Powell. In second place, Connor Scarisbrick. And snatching victory at the last gasp was our winner, Charlie Ratford. And so that wraps things up for the Daniel Ricciardo Series, round 4 here at Hooton Park. An absolutely fantastic meeting and action from the very beginning of the DRS 62 heat all the way through to the end of the day with that last lap pass for the 100 honours. That's it from here. We'll see you next time.